Down syndrome is just a part of me, not a definition of who I am. A very pleasant morning to one and all present. I, Anushya Kapoor Yadav, Assistant Professor, feel privileged to welcome you all on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, at the 2 days international conference on best practices of education and support services for independent living of persons with Down syndrome with CRE status accredited by the Rehabilitation Council of India, organized on 28th and 29th of March 2022 in collaboration with the most prestigious Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation. Thank you for being a collaborator. The purpose of the international conference is to create a forum for special educators, general educators, and rehabilitation professionals to share knowledge, expertise towards the promotion of empowerment and training of persons with Down syndrome towards their holistic development. Lightning of the lamp dispels darkness. It signifies the journey from ignorance towards knowledge. It symbolizes brightness and prosperity. As a tradition at Amity University, we begin all our endeavors with the lighting of the auspicious lamp and the chanting of the Saraswati Vandana. We shall now have the traditional virtual lighting of the lamp. Thank you. We shall now have the sacred presentation of the Tulsi sapling. Can we have the presentation of the Tulsi sapling, please? With a huge round of applause, we welcome our distinguished dignitaries. We welcome our most dynamic Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla. We have Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari presenting the sacred sapling to Mr. N. Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Federation. We welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay.
Can we have the next slide, please, of the Tulsi sapling? we present the sacred Tulsi sapling to Professor Saroj Sharma. She will be
Thank you.
joining very
Thank you,
shortly with
and
us.
my namaskar to each and everyone.
Ma'am,
Namaskar.
very warm welcome, ma'am. It's an honor and privilege to have you at Amity University once again.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think it is getting stuck. I think we can go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. With immense respect, we wish to offer our sincere gratitude to our respected founder president, Sir, Chairman AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan. Without his guidance and blessings, this international conference would not have been possible. Dr. Chauhan has always believed in the policy of lending one eye on vision and one eye on implementation. It is therefore no surprise that Dr. Chauhan's innovative leadership strategies is set to transform the education landscape of the country with his extensive leadership qualities and knowledge of par excellence. We also wish to put forward our sincere gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, Dr. Atul Chauhan. Armed with a charming personality and a positive attitude to help, Dr. Atul Chauhan epitomizes a true Indian with deep-rooted traditions and values. He has endeared himself to the young students who see and vision him as a role model. Under his dynamic and inspirational leadership and passion to excel, the Amity Group of educational institutions has seen a phenomenal growth. May I now please invite and request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, to kindly welcome the august gathering, our esteemed participants, and give an overview of the 2 days international conference on best practices of education and support services for independent living of persons with Down syndrome. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, please.
Thank you, Anusya. Thank you so much. Respected dignitaries, respected resource person, respected VC ma'am, all the participants, my colleague, a very good morning to one and all. On behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, I am Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director AIRS. I welcome you all, and it is a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to this international conference on best practices of education and support services for independent living of persons with Down syndrome in collaboration with Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, CRE status accredited by Rehabilitation Council of India, and as part of the celebration of World Down Syndrome Day, which was on 21st March. First and foremost, I place on record my heartfelt gratitude to our most respected founder president, sir, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our dynamic leader, our chancellor, Dr. Atul K. Chauhan. We are blessed to have such globally acclaimed leaders under whose mentorship the Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences has bloomed to be a distinct institution across the country. Amity Foundation for Developmental Disability, under whose purview Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences functions, is a brainchild of our respected founder president, sir, which strives to provide Yemen services as part of the social responsibility and committed to prepare competent human resource for disability rehabilitation field. My heartfelt gratitude, sir. It is our honor to have with us the distinguished educationist, Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, our dearest Ma'am, Professor Dr. Valvinder Shukla. Ma'am, under your guidance, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences has reached to a stage of par excellence in the commitment of research and training of professionals in the field of disability rehabilitation. I welcome you, ma'am, and thank you very much. I welcome Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director and Advisor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, sir. I honorably welcome our chief guest, Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National Institute of Open Schooling, Uttar Pradesh. Ma'am is a distinguished professional in the field of education. She is the first dean of Indraprastha University and very committed for the cause. Welcome, ma'am. I also welcome our guest of honor, Mr. N. Ramachandran, President Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, who is instrumental in starting this Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, and now there are 20 countries under this Down Syndrome Federation, and they are committed to work for the empowerment of persons with Down syndrome all over the world. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you.
I also welcome our keynote speaker, Dr. Surekha Ramachandran, President, Down Syndrome Federation of India. And I can see Kutti Madam is there. Madam, I welcome you, my teacher, Dr. Teresa Kutti, and welcome you, ma'am. I welcome all the participants, panelists, resource person, and all my colleagues to this important international conferences. Down syndrome, the word is very close to my heart. Since last 30 years in the disability rehabilitation field, I have worked with the different age group, different capabilities of children and adults with Down syndrome. There are children with high ability, there are children with associated conditions who have also very benchmark disabilities. And with my experience, I feel that given a right type of support, right kind of attitude, they can really, their quality of life can be improved to a great extent, and they can live as a meaningful citizen of India. So to keep all these things in mind, though Down syndrome covers the major part of the intellectual disability populations, there is no specific curriculum has been mentioned in any of the diploma, bachelor or master training program which is offered by Rehabilitation Council of India. So we have decided that we should have a conference to specifically address the best practices of Down syndrome. And this conference is an annual event of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences. The conference, the objective of the conference is to create a forum for special educator, general educator, and rehabilitation professional to share knowledge and expertise towards promotion of empowerment, rehabilitation training of persons with Down syndrome towards the skill development, independent living, and holistic well-being. And also this conference, the purpose of the conference is to add in the designing a functional roadmap to integrate best practices towards addressing the vocational, therapeutic, and academic need of persons with Down syndrome. There are 2 panel discussions in this conference, and there are 6 enlightening lectures. And altogether, there are 250 CRE participants, and other Amity students and researchers are the part of this conference. I once again welcome all the panelists, resource person, and participants. And it is my hope that this international conference would be able to achieve its objective in providing an effective forum for academicians, researchers, students, panelists, and practitioners to advancing knowledge, resources, and technology for the noble cause of Down syndrome. I wish you all a very productive conference with exciting and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge, so that together we can anticipate a future of groundbreaking knowledge, research, and rehabilitation solution for persons with Down syndrome. Once again, I welcome all, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your overview to the 2 days international conference. We are privileged to have amidst us Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director, Vice President, RBEF, and Advisor at FPO, former Member Secretary, Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. Dr. S.K. Srivastava has served in the Rehabilitation Council of India as the member secretary and has been involved in framing of several landmark policies and regulations during his tenure. He is currently spearheading as Vice President RBEF. He has always championed the cause of the disabled and actively advocated for their rights. It's a privilege to have with us Dr. S.K. Srivastava sir. May I please request Honorable Dr. S.K. Srivastava sir for his address, please.
Thank you, Anusuya ji. Thank you very much. Dr. Jayanti Pujari has already extended very warm welcome to all. I'm seeing in my screen my most beloved and dynamic Vice Chancellor, respected Dr. Balwinder Shukla Madam, and respected Professor N. Ramchandran, who has contributed his entire life in this field, and everybody who is attending today's conference, 2 days conference on Down syndrome. I must mention you all that it is just because of the passionate, or you can say obsession of our founder president, Honorable Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, in the field of developmental disability, that he has targeted himself to become the world's #1 in the field of intellectual disability, and also to produce something which is very useful to the common, to the society. I also appreciate the efforts of Dr. Jayanti Pujari, who has initiated 2 days international conference on this topic, Down syndrome. May I mention that everybody is attached to this field. Most of us, we know that now the disability types has been extended from 7 to, it has been extended to 21 types of disability in the new RPT Act, Rights of Persons with Disability Act 2016 of Government of India, which has already been promulgated throughout the country. Now the types of disabilities are 21. So before I say a few words for this conference, I request and I make an appeal to the Department of AIRS headed by Dr. Jayanti Pujari to take such initiatives for all those other disabilities which are probably not touched so far, and let us utilize these international days, which is just sign of utilizing this subject for making awareness and making aware to the person, to the society, who for none of their fault sometimes acquire this type of disability, which if intervened in very early stage could have been arrested. So there is a focus on very early intervention. Earlier the better is the most precise version. And I have seen across the country, many states are taking initiative that they screen the newly born babies within 3 days. They screen fully. They screen their hearing, capacity, their learning capacity, their IQ capacity, like that. They have the exhaustive test for that. And the child, when comes out from the hospital, is fully known about its disorder, if any. So that is the best time when we screen the child very early and find out the difficulty, if so, if any, and then treat it accordingly, which is the best procedure which can be either treated or arrested at the initial stage. And that definitely improves the life of the person who is suffering with any of the disability, including Down syndrome. Everybody knows that Down syndrome is a basically genetic problem. It is not at all related with either economy or poverty or the living condition or something like that. It is a genetic problem. There is a disorder in 21st chromosome. Everybody knows, who is a little bit associated with this field. So there are 1 chromosome more than the normal 46 chromosomes in human body. And this is reflected, this is actually visible on the face of the person who is suffering from Down syndrome. It is normally visible. But I have experienced in my life that many times parents avoid their children to be screened. And even if they understand that there might be some problem in their children, they usually avoid because of the social stigma, or because they don't dare to accept and agree with the problem that child might be having, and it can exaggerate, it can extend, it can be a larger problem in future. But this is very important to my opinion, that this type of conferences, seminars should be attended by many of us, many of the other person who are not associated with the field of disability also. So once we know this, suppose for example, few days back I listened some lecture on sleep disorder. You know, I have personally learned many things from Professor Manchanda sir. So I agree that this type of conferences, when there are specialized person, and there are academic who have excelled, who have sacrificed their entire life in this field, when they speak something that becomes very relevant even for us who are practicing in this field for many years, but also for those who are not associated in the field of disability. So I first of all request the administration of the MIT University to extend its scope to be attended by all universities of the country or of MIT, and to be attended by many of the children who are even not associated in the field of disability, because this is not the problem which is confined to the person who are practicing in the field of disability. My good wishes, my best, thanks again to the department and to all, including Anusuya madam and everybody who has worked hard to conduct this type of conference and seminar. Keep it up. And also for rest of the disabilities, this I have gone through the minute-to-minute program. This is very nicely drafted. You have called very renowned person. I extend my warm welcome to Professor Ramachandran sir, and another that Professor Sarosh Sharma madam. So I hope the outcome of this conference will be very productive and will be useful for defining the next step for all of us to go ahead. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a remarkable address. We are extremely honored to have amidst us our distinguished guest of honor, Mr. N. Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, APDSF. A dynamic personality, Mr. Ramachandran is a philanthropist, sports enthusiast, an able administrator, and a fighter for the cause of persons with Down syndrome. He has been the former president of the World Squash Federation. His involvement with Down syndrome stems from his determination to create an inclusive world for his daughter Bubbly, a self-advocate. As a member of Down Syndrome Federation of India, he was involved in creation of the Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation in 1996. He has been able to obtain a special consultative status for APDSF in the Economic and Social Council of the UN. Mr. Ramachandran is always willing to support other countries and is open to new ideas. His main goal as the president of APDSF is to ensure that the persons with Down syndrome are integrated into the society and treated at par with everyone else globally. We welcome you, sir. May I kindly request Mr. Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, for his kind address, please. Mr. N. Ramachandran, please.
Namaste. On behalf of Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, it is a pleasure to greet all the participants in today's program. It is indeed a privilege for Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation to be part of the World Down Syndrome Day program to celebrate our self-advocates and persons with Down syndrome. As the president of APDSF, I am extremely happy that we have collaborated with Amity University to spread awareness about Down syndrome, not only in our country, but also in the region. I'm here today to talk about APDSF, what we are doing, and I will also be touching upon the road ahead. APDSF was started in 1996 as a loose amalgamation of countries from the Asia Pacific region to spread awareness about Down syndrome and to see how we could support and guide each other in order to help our children with Down syndrome lead inclusive lives. In those days, Down syndrome as a condition was not widely known. We as parents were constantly in search of information from any source to ensure that our children lead better lives. While in the West, there seemed to be greater awareness and seemingly better living conditions, Asia Pacific as a region was definitely lagging behind. Under these circumstances, it was decided that APDSF as a body should support and help organizations in the various countries. And in 2016, at our annual meeting in Singapore, it was decided that APDSF will be a registered body, and I was elected as president. From 6 countries, today we have more than 20 countries who are with us, and more than 6 organizations from across the region are willing to join hands with us for the betterment of persons with Down syndrome. In 2017, APDSF became a registered body. It is today an independent body comprising of more than 20 member countries and 6 associate member countries. Not many will even know that Asia Pacific region is home to almost 1/3 of the Down syndrome population of the world. Not many in the region, with possibly the exception of Australia and New Zealand, are really aware of how to help persons with this condition. Most of the countries in this region may not have access to proper health care and for support with Down syndrome. Since 2018, our self-advocates and administrators have been addressing the UN General Assembly. And last year, I'm proud to say that the UN finally recognized us as an affiliated NGO. APDSF is putting in efforts to support these countries with information on how to make lives of persons with Down syndrome easier. Towards this, we have a medical committee, and we also have a newsletter which is sent around to all our member countries on a quarterly basis. We are also in touch with various government bodies in these countries to help promote inclusive living for persons with Down syndrome. The main aims of APDSF are: 1, fight against the discrimination against persons with Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities, which is a gross violation of human rights. 2, help make the voice of persons with Down syndrome across this region heard globally. Create plans and structures for the development and dissemination of information, of knowledge about Down syndrome. Take the best practices in the field of Down syndrome research globally and as a single unit to countries in the region to collaborate, collate, and disseminate this information to those who need it most. Our main mantra, as one would call it, would be to make inclusive living for persons with Down syndrome a priority in the countries which we represent. India, as with some of the other Southeast Asian countries, still has a long way to go in the field of intellectual disability. However, we have started the journey and we see the positive changes as we go along. We look to collaborating with Amity University to see how best we can spread this inclusive mantra all over India, not only all over India, but also wherever Amity University is present in this area, in this region. Thank you for listening patiently to us, and Jai Hind. Namaste.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an inspirational address. We are extremely privileged to have with us an exemplary educationist and foresighted administrator, Professor Dr. Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National Institute of Open Learning, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Saroj Sharma is associated with different dimensions of education at various levels in contemporary educational system and addressing the quality concerns of the respective streams. She has a rich and varied academic experience as a seasoned faculty member and sound administrator experience as the academic head of different institutions offering the graduate and postgraduate degrees in education. She has been the first Dean of the University of School of Education, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, New Delhi, in the respective stream of education. She is a member of many educational associations and actively involved in various projects of UNICEF, UNESCO, NCERT, ICSSR, and other social and cultural forums. Presently, she is the member in the governing bodies, Board of Studies, and academic councils of many universities throughout India. She has also been a member of the various curriculum development and framework formation teams at the national and international levels in the field of different strata of school curriculum as well as teacher education. She is impaneled as evaluator in different leading national universities and apex educational bodies in India and abroad. She has been a member of the consultation committee constituted by NCTE for the formulation of New Education Policy 2016 under the umbrella of MHRD then, and had been a member in a few other educational program implementation committees of MHRD. She has also been in the standing committee of NCTE, chairperson of Open Education Resource Development Committee of NCTE. She is striving hard to attain academic excellence at personal and professional level with the mission of restructuring the current educational scenario for the quality enhancement and assurance in the field of education. With a huge round of applause, may I kindly invite Professor Dr. Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National Institute for Open Learning, Noida, Uttar Pradesh. Professor Dr. Saroj Sharma, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Vice Chancellor, Chancellor, and Director of Amity University, Professor Pujari, I congratulate you for organizing this seminar on such an enchanting topic and quite relevant too. I'm not a specialized person in this area, but through administration, we have given various tasks from Ministry of Education to implement these. And since it is my area of interest too, when I was Dean in IP University, there was an ignorance in academia also about dyslexia. So we initiated learning disability courses there. That was B.Ed Special Education, and we had to struggle a lot to popularize it. And by the time we realized sensitization and awareness is also needed in academia as well as common mass. When I joined NIOS, I could make out that here we are having various courses, and through inclusion, NIOS is doing a lot in this area. And recently, National Education Policy 2020 has come, and it is on the fore. And being a part of implementation process, I think a lot of responsibility is there on our shoulders, being a part of academia. Amity University, we, NIOS, and other apex bodies of India are working hard in this area. Overall, when we see this National Education Policy 2020, we can clearly make out that it is on the lines of Millennium 2030 goals. When UNESCO started this Millennium 2020 goals and enhanced its tenure to Millennium 2030 goals, I think this is the forum where we have to think forward. By the Millennium 2020 goals, where 7 goals were there, and now it has increased to 17 goals. What were the loopholes, and what are the gaps where we have to work harder? Yes, I totally agree with the view of Professor Dr. Ramchandran and Dr. S.K. Srivastav that we have to work very hard in this area, and we have to be very particular in going to the root cause and bringing community into the main fore, because sensitization is very much important. When we see the National Education Policy draft, we can see it is divided into two major parts. One is school education and another is higher education. Earlier it was part of school education, and in higher education it was not much that needed or felt that. But this policy discusses a lot the need to bring this into higher education also. As far as this topic is related, that this is based on Down syndrome. Down syndrome is not much discussed but felt a lot. We could make out how parents are taking their best to cope up with their children, making into just trying to bring them into common fore. Teachers are there, but yes, it is not much discussed because we don't know the exact modalities. When I see Dr. Srivastav talking about this, when I see Dr. Ramchandran talking about this, I see there is there are rays of hope, and we must do in this area. Recently, I was in my Cambridge visit. There were several professors from Stanford and various other universities. There was an international conference, and they were discussing about the level of Down syndrome, level of inclusion. When I asked here in RCI, friends in RCI and other academia, they said we are not having that advanced procedure to measure the level of inclusion. So here we come to the point, we should come to the that specific area where we should also be, where we are also be able to measure the level of inclusion. Unless we measure the level of inclusion, I think the academia and the doctors and the people in this area, they won't achieve success as desired. So level of achievement, level of inclusion, and also the modalities, assessment pattern, how to bring them into mainstream. This is major area. We have various devices for deaf people. Recently, UNESCO has awarded to NIOS for King Sejong Award. It is a very prestigious award. We have talking books on our website also. So in that area for hearing impairment and other disabilities, we have answers. But for Down syndrome, I think we have to work further. And being a person in implementation process of national education policy and the institution I'm leading ahead, I think you people will be the key persons where we can take your help and bring it into the society. And yes, definitely I feel that there must be some courses for parents, there must be some courses for general public, so that they can understand the complexity of this particular disorder, and where we come to a common consensus, a common root cause. When we understand the root cause and come to the solution, and also disseminating the knowledge related to this particular disorder and solution making party the stakeholders of other education sector is very much needed these days. So I hope this kind of seminar, will be very fruitful, very useful in finding the solution of the various questions which have been raised here. And definitely a road path is there. I will take only a few minutes because I have to go in one important meeting in implementation of these kind of things. Now all the programs and policies in school education have come into Samagra Shiksha. There we also have to look after what percentage of funded funds, what percentage of other modalities are there in Samagra Shiksha in the field of inclusion, and particularly for Down syndrome disorder. And when I see, when we see this draft, we see it is clearly based on access, equity, and quality. For access, for equity, and for quality, how much we are at par, how much we are able to get the solution of Down syndrome. This is also very much important. Few problems which I see, which is there in the area, is related to teachers recruitment and retention crisis. This is very important. How I was discussing that when I started B.Ed Special Education in IP University, no one was interested. I just motivated various colleges, then only 4 colleges were ready to start this program of learning dyslexia. They started various other aspects, but they were not interested in very particular courses. So we motivated, but still I'm not very happy with the number of students, B.Ed Special Education teachers who are interested in this area. So how to bring them into fore, how to bring get them into B.Ed Special Education, that is also very much needed. So teachers recruitment and retention crisis is there. Another, enrollment and retentions of learner. This is very important aspect. How we can identify the students who are having this problem, how they can be given education. That is also one problem. Lack of preparation of teachers, learner, and parenting. That is also one issue. And large class sizes where inclusion becomes a problem. That is also one issue. Then again, lack of clarity in current laws. I think human rights was discussed by Professor Dr. Srivastav and also Mr. Ramchandran. So lack of clarity in current laws is also one issue, where our stakeholders must know what laws are there and how to get the answers of the questions which are related to this Down syndrome issue. And inefficient resource allocation, that is also very important aspect. How to get proper resources and how to utilize these resources in this particular specific area, this is also very much needed. And vulnerable communities, underrepresented groups, these should be also part and parcel of this whole process, this holistic process. And I totally agree that yes, it is a holistic process and we all have to come together, and community should also be made party of all the planning, policy, and these kind of things. So these are the few points. I know there is a time limit of this inaugural session. So thank you for inviting me, Professor Jayanti, and I hope this seminar will be very fruitful for all the stakeholders. Thank you very much, and namaskar from my side.
Thank you so much, madam. Very comprehensively, intrinsically, you have touched upon very important points that are going to transform a society and make inclusive education, empowerment of persons with Down syndrome a reality. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. An exemplary role model of academia, youth and budding professionals, we are honored to have amid us Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Vice Chancellor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, and Professor of Entrepreneurship and Leadership. Dr. Shukla has worked with some of the most prestigious and eminent institutions in the world, including Queen's University, Bloomington State University, British Petroleum, Delhi University, IIHT System, and the Schmidt Group. Dr. Shukla, in a true sense, is an institutional builder. She is on the advisory board of many companies, is a member of several professional bodies, and is closely associated with many CSR projects. Dr. Shukla is a strategist, institution builder, mentor, and an inspirational leader, along being a vivid researcher, teacher, trainer, and an entrepreneur. It is a special love and affection which has helped Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences strive towards excellence for the social upliftment of the society. May I please feel privileged with a huge round of applause. We invite our most dynamic, honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, Madam, to kindly address the august gathering. Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, please.
Very good morning. Our guest of honor of the day, Mr. N. Rama Chandran, President Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, Professor Saroj Sharma, my colleagues, Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Professor Janti Pujari, all the faculty colleagues, participants, Dr. Pallavi Chauhanji. First of all, I extend very warm welcome to our distinguished guests of honor, all the participants and the eminent speakers for this international conference on best practices of education and support services for independent living of persons with Down syndrome. First of all, I would like to congratulate Professor Srivastava and Professor Pujari for organizing this wonderful international conference on the best practices of education and support for the independent living of the persons with the Down syndrome. As we all know that March 21st is observed as the World Down Syndrome Day to celebrate the individual differences among persons with the Down syndrome, advocate their rights and create global awareness. I'm truly thankful the way the speakers before me have presented the aspects of Down syndrome and what exactly is needed to make their life truly inclusive in all sense so that they can live normal life is extremely important. I remember that when that now this more is the nuclear family, but when there was the joint family, it was not only the family members you to take care of a member if somebody had a Down syndrome or that any special ability, but even the community used to give a lot of value to take care of. But as the families started disintegrating from the joint family to the nuclear family, a challenge started for the families, and especially if the both parents are working. The challenge became much more that how to take care of the child who have the Down syndrome and that's at the same time, work in their profession. And that's how the situation started getting deteriorating at many ways. We all know the Down syndrome is a naturally occurring genetic disorder known as a trisomy 21, wherein an individual inherits an extra chromosome resulting in varying degree of intellectual and physical disability and also associated medical conditions. And therefore, these persons need the special care by the family, by the society, as well as by the educators. And so therefore, I'm very happy that rehabilitation institution have organized this international conference in order to really address this challenge at this stage. I would say a couple of things are very important to take care. First and foremost is how do we really create the awareness about it, that it is a genetic issue and it's natural, and therefore how to give that due respect and due care to an individual who has this genetic disorder, and how the life of this individual can become a normal by taking the special care. So this awareness at the education institution level, awareness at the family level, and the awareness at the society level is extremely important. So I would request Dr. Pujari that sometime if you can have that kind of, under the human values, maybe you can conduct a the awareness campaign at the university level, as well as you can, make it open even for the parents. The society is very important, how the society also understands, and where also to for the faculty members, if you can organize. And because in any program you can have some students with the Down syndrome, so the faculty should take the real care of such students. And maybe you can have a one day a camp, the Dr. Srivastava, Dr. Pujari, Dr. Palvi, if a workshop can be maybe a one day kind of the session you can, where you can, if somebody wants to know more about it, so you people can have the open house kind of thing, or something where you can create that awareness, that how to, even the how to identify the students with the sound, Down syndrome in the class, okay, and to give the better life to them. So individuals with the Down syndrome have the potential to be included and succeed in inclusive settings of the mainstream schools with provision of necessary support. So what kind of support is required? It's not only up to the school system, even beyond that it is required. So maybe that's what I'm saying, maybe you can conduct this workshop for the awareness campaign kind of for the school teachers, the counselors, and along with the Amity Institute of Education, or with that institution jointly, people can organize. The work opportunity for such individuals range from supported employees to competitive work environments. And how can we make them really employable? What kind of the skills and competencies especially need to be developed in the individuals having the Down syndrome? People with Down syndrome have the ability to enjoy the quality of life and be socially included in varying community tradition and supported settings. So therefore, it's important, because it all depends on what kind of, because of this, the extra chromosome, like, the what kind of the disability is coming to the, accordingly you need to have the appropriate support for the individual. So I'm sure this 2 days international conference will be creating an understanding and also exploring the best practices for education and support services of persons with the Down syndrome, towards preparation of skilled professionals, empowerment of the parents and families of individuals with Down syndrome, and also in highlighting their skills and abilities, therefore aiding in capacity building of the educators. So maybe I would also suggest, Dr. Pujari, maybe you can have later on the special workshop of skill development for the educators and especially the parents who need this kind of support. So maybe you can have a skill development workshop you can conduct later on. So therefore, this will help in big way in rehabilitation and professionals as well as the other stakeholders in the various areas like social workers, vocational skills, and the skills for the independent living. Is very important. Everybody has a dream to live independently. How can we really support them? And that can only happen when they have the gainful employment. When an individual has the gainful employment, lot of independence already comes. There are large number of organizations are now. And the more remarking organization is Lemon Tree, which has been taking the people with the disability and giving the kind of, so that's why if you really want to have the inclusive workplace, so you have to give that equal opportunities, because there are many jobs which the individuals with the special abilities can perform equally well. And so therefore we need to also work very closely with such organization, so who can very frequently interact with the students also who have these disabilities or Down syndrome. So with this, once again, many congratulations. I'm so happy because our honorable founder president always has a dream that we make this the biggest domain of the rehabilitation sciences and all aspects of rehabilitation, that we provide the education and the skills and competencies and make those individuals for the inclusivity, social inclusion, education inclusion, and employability inclusion, and then only the independent living can be a reality. And that's what is the dream of our Honorable Founder President, that how as a Amity Education Group, we can contribute towards this very important goal. So I'm extremely thankful to Professor Sarosh Sharma ji as well as Mr. N. Ramachandran ji for giving your time and being with us. Your address, your thoughts have really given a very important impetus to this conference, and I'm sure my team is going to work on those things to make it really and truly conference. And I'm really happy to see Dr. Pallavi Chauhan ji here also, and who has been very passionate in promoting not only the education but the skill development also in this domain. So once again, many congratulations to the organizing team, and I look forward the outcome of this conference. All the best.
Ma'am.
Thank you so much, Madam, for your enlightening and visionary thoughts. Your words always have a long-lasting impression on us, making us strive and achieve greater heights in the field of rehabilitation sciences. We now have the formal vote of thanks. May I cordially invite Dr. Sampurna Guha, Assistant Professor, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to kindly put forward the vote of thanks. Dr. Sampurna Guha, please.
Thank you, Anusia ma'am. A very good morning to all the distinguished panelists, esteemed speakers, and our dear attendees. I now take the privilege to put on record the formal vote of thanks on behalf of Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. The two-day international conference titled Best Practices of Education and Support Services for Independent Living of Persons with Down Syndrome, scheduled on 28th and 29th March 2022, organized in collaboration with Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation with CRE status accredited by the Rehabilitation Council of India. It will witness a galaxy of distinguished and prolific speakers from across the globe over the next 2 days. Firstly, I offer my heartfelt, sincere gratitude to our respected founder, sir, and chairman, AKC Group, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, without whose guidance and blessings, this international conference would not have been possible. Dr. Chauhan has always believed in the policy of integrating vision, mission, and leadership together. It is therefore no surprise that his innovative and extensive leadership strategies are set to transform the education landscape of the country. I thank Sir for his blessings. Next, I offer my humble gratitude to our dynamic Chancellor, Amity University, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who epitomizes a true Indian with deep-rooted traditions and values, endearing himself to the young students who see a role model in him. I thank you, sir, for motivating us always. Now I thank our dynamic and beloved Vice Chancellor, Madam, Professor Dr. Balvinder Shukla, who always guides, inspires, and motivates us in all our tasks. Under Madam's guidance and leadership, all members of Amity family feel strengthened to touch newer heights of excellence and progress. Thank you, Madam, for your gracious presence and inspiring words about the need for awareness at 3 levels: institutional level, social level, and family level, for facilitating independence through gainful employment. We are grateful to you, Madam, for your blessings. I take the privilege to thank the guest of honor, Mr. N. Ramachandran, President, Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation. His words were truly inspiring and motivating. Sir shared the mission and vision of APDSF, which was highly motivating to all. Sir shared his perspectives and laid a roadmap for the future. We all learned a lot from him today. Thank you, sir. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor Saroj Sharma, Chairperson, National Institute of Open Schooling. Her discussion on key topics and issues concerning the inclusion, such as class size, laws, preparedness of teachers, educators, and professionals, along with effective resource management, were indeed highly useful and helpful for attendees. Thank you, madam. I offer my humble thanks to Dr. S.K. Srivastava, Senior Director and Advisor, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh, for sharing his expert views and perspectives with the audience regarding the need for reaching the unreached through awareness creation, inclusion, and strong laws. Thank you once again, sir. I'm grateful to Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, for her constant guidance and support in conceptualizing and organization of this two-day international conference. Thank you, madam. I also extend my thanks to Dr. Pallavi Chauhan, Joint Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to this virtual platform for her motivation and encouragement in all tasks, acting as the guiding light for all students and members of the department. Thank you, madam. I extend my grateful thanks to all the national and international resource persons and dynamic speakers who will be joining us over these 2 days to discuss and deliberate on various topics of critical importance to facilitate the better and effective training, skill development, and provision of support services for persons with Down syndrome. I thank them for accepting our invitation and taking out time to interact with the participants. I thank the IT host team for supporting the smooth conductance of this event and making it glitch-free. I also extend my thanks to all the esteemed colleagues at AIRS and the student volunteers for their support and wonderful cooperation in organizing this conference. Last but not least, I thank the very backbone of this two-day international conference, our esteemed participants who have joined us on this virtual platform and will be with us over these 2 days. Understanding, deliberating on a very important journey to understand and explore the best practices in education and support services for independent living of persons with Down syndrome. I thank my co-host, Ms. Anusia Kapoor Yadav, Assistant Professor, AIRS. Thank you, one and all. Over to you, Anusia ma'am.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sampurna Guha, for putting forward the vote of thanks. With this, we conclude the inaugural session of the 2 days international conference. We move ahead to the session 1 of day 1, and may I now please invite Ms. Shaina Mary Paul, Faculty, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to kindly take over and proceed with the day 1 of the program. Over to you, Ms. Shaina. Shaina, you're not audible. Shaina?
Unmute yourself.
No, not yet. No,
Not
no,
audible,
Shaina.
Shaina.
I think there is a technical glitch. We will just resolve it very soon. Moving on with the program. Now we are moving on to the first session, which is highly awaited, the keynote address by Dr. Surekha Ramachandran, President, Down Syndrome Federation, DSF of India. I take this opportunity to welcome Madam, and I also humbly request Director, AIRS, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Madam, to kindly give the Tulsi sapling to ma'am. Thank you. Let me introduce our participants to Madam. Dr. Surekha Ramachandran is the President of the Down Syndrome Association of India, who has spearheaded the need to understand, support, and improve the quality of life of children with Down syndrome. Dr. Rekha has relentlessly worked to raise public awareness on Down syndrome. Dr. Rekha is also the co-founder and chairperson of Matru Mandir, an institution that provides rehabilitation, support, and therapy for individuals with Down syndrome, while offering daycare services to innumerable children from all over India and the Middle East. We at AIRS are very honored to have you amongst us today, ma'am. Over to you, ma'am, for your session.
Namaskar, good morning. Am I audible?
Perfectly audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I like to be heard loud and clear because this is a message that is so strong after hearing all of you. I think it's important to understand that we are here to create the awareness and to make people understand that the Down syndrome are not quiet. So here's celebration for the World Down Syndrome Day, and we take this opportunity to celebrate it with the Amity team and all the people who are here. I am so excited there are over 300 people listening to us today. And that means we are empowering 300 more people. That's all we need to do in India. Well, the World Down Syndrome Day has been celebrated very grandly in India, and it continues to be celebrated all persons with Down syndrome. It's about them, university, so that we can empower families, persons with Down syndrome towards our goal, which is of an independent living. Everyone, and we are so excited that this is yours to what we have working for years. Through constant, your vision is through constant professional endeavors, empowering the persons with disabilities to access the state of the art and the rehabilitation intervention, the educational, therapeutic, vocational, employment, social, sports and cultural programs, and what you have in your minds. And this is exactly the situation in India in dealing with persons' challenges is getting slightly better. And even though we have copious amounts of information on trisomy 21, we as parents are never prepared for the eventuality. I do not think anyone is prepared for that. Even before we give you detailed information on what it means to have what my ambassador today on Syndrome Day. Over to you, Unnati, to give your ambassador's address. While we're waiting for this to come on, as you know, we always have programs. It's perfectly okay. We're used to glitches, but the message that comes on. Please hear. I think Mihir wants to talk even before Unnati does, but we will give you Unnati's inaugural speech so that you get an idea of how far we have come in the last 40 years. It has changed the scenario, and we are now looking forward to collaboration with a lot of organizations. And I know that Professor Jayanti Pujari believes in us as individuals, and that's why she's making us come on board year after year. Thank you, Jayanti, for all the support you've always given us, and you make us really feel proud that we have organizations like yours that are always spearheading and promote people with challenges.
Hello, I am Unnati Surana from Surat. As the ambassador of the DSFI, I would like to share my thoughts with you. A medical condition or a label does not decide if a person will be able or unable. Rather, it is the environment, the support, the inclusive policies, in fact, the entire ecosystem that defines our growth. So let's join hands and bridge the gap between where we are and where we can be. I call upon you to create a world with equal opportunities. This might seem difficult, but together we will. Remember, different does not mean less. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Unnati. Unnati always makes us feel that, yes, why are we called different? Is it in your minds, or is it that we are actually different? No, they're not. But this was not the case. 40 people peering at her and saying, oh, she is a Mongol. Take her home. She might never be anywhere. She might never do anything. So it is better that you write her off, go home and have more children. Sound like we are ready to fight the system. We were, yes, at that time, it was so frustrating for me, because I thought if the system is not in place, then where does one turn around and ask for support? It is, I think my voice is not clear. There are lots of people saying voice is not clear. Is it clear?
Yes, ma'am, it is not clear. I think,
Hello, can you hear me, Jayanti?
ma'am, is on and off,
I think a lot of
like
people
between the voice, the connection is going, ma'am. I think just you can check the, now it is clear. Your face also was little hazy that time. Now it is clear.
So Rekha ma'am, maybe you can
Is it
close your
okay
video.
now?
Ma'am, maybe you can close your video. Maybe that will help to improve the audio quality.
No. Okay, maybe I'll do that. Thank you. Is my voice better now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, it's better.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We need people like you to guide us through the whole thing. You are an amazing team. Sometimes, you know, people like us don't know what is the latest technology, and we are way behind you guys. Okay, thank you so much. But honestly, I want you to hear my message loud and clear, so I don't mind shutting my face. But this is very, very important, that the persons with Down syndrome, my friends, do not have a disorder. They do not like it when you tell them they have a disorder. So let's remove the word disorder, make it sound like we have an amazing road ahead. This was the child that was I produced, and I am so proud of her. This was bubbling 40 years ago, and with a multiple number of medical issues, which the doctors themselves did not understand. Yes, we might have felt hopeless at that moment, but they will realize it. I am proud, and I continue to be proud of the universe. Do not give up on the baby, because the baby only knows that you are the parent and you have to guide them through the whole thing. Yes, the ones that one thing I believe is the of the medical, and that's what we did. Our children born with trisomy 20 is the other term for Down syndrome, because 90% of the persons born with Down syndrome have what we call trisomy 21, which is an extra chromosome on the 21st pair. This is very important for you to understand that children born with trisomy 21 have a great future, and they are born with certain medical issues which we set right at birth today. There is a lot more that can be done with all our children. If you look at these here, yes, they might look a little different to you, but to us, they are part of what we want them to be. Child only mothers and fathers' hopes. And if you are going to disillusion the parent, it does not work our way. Yes, we need to create the awareness. I agree with the guest speakers who said there wasn't enough awareness. And I want here for Jayanti to invite me in person so that I can create so big awareness in your university. Yes, baby is a baby first. I think that's very important for you to understand that this is a child and not a child syndrome baby. You have given birth to a baby who is absolutely ready for the world. Yes, there are just now, you took away my face and took my all the issues with this little one, and once the baby is perfectly all right, they do not. Their being Down syndrome does not describe them at all. They are just like other children. They have all the moods that you will want them to have. They can be happy, sad, silly, angry, excited, and the same person can also be very angry and frustrated. You have to meet my daughter to understand how gutsy they are. They can stand up for themselves. They will ask for what they want, and they fight for their rights. No longer looking at a population that is going to be locked up and said, you cannot. My child can at the word displays. She is no different in any way. Yes, because Bubbly was born the way she was 40 years ago, it took us an entire medical team to change and set right things. Today, every child who is born with Down syndrome goes through this entire procedure of getting things right. And once the child's medical issues, which could be a heart issue, could be a thyroid issue, it could be multiple. It could be the vision, the hearing. So you can imagine a child has got multiple issues in health, how this child will perform in society. This is an artist who died because he had never seen anybody as beautiful as persons with Down syndrome. And this, I want you to know, it's very important that they are not different. They are different in your eyes. You have to be allowed them into society, into schools, into colleges. Keep them. You will see a different personality of a person. Yes, there is one issue that I found with my daughter when she was 19, that she could also be bipolar. She had mental health issues. And these are again diseases like any other person in the population. You have seen through the pandemic how many people through mental health issues. If our children go through it, every doctor 20 years ago only had one thing to say: your child has Down syndrome, so the child will always be like this. It's not true. Do not put the Down syndrome before the person. The person is struggling as much as you are. So unless you help me to get my mental condition in order, I am suffering. That is when the person suffers, when you as an ignorant person is actually not addressing an issue. I had to go back to the university, and this is for every student who is listening. I did my PhD because I had to help my own child 20 years ago, psychiatrists were not ready to give the medication that the child needed to set right her mental disorder. Today, 3 years of my finishing my study, they agreed that she had a mental condition. They had to help her, and today she's back with a bang, and she is on stream and can do everything like everyone else. A dancer, a swimmer, an artist, and a theater person. They are capable of everything, my friends. They are here to stay, and it is beautiful that they can perform as much as the rest of you, given an opportunity. Yes, what we needed was a multidisciplinary, approach. You know that India has the largest population of persons down the road. Every year, 23,000 to 29,000 persons with Down syndrome are born in India. And we are only touching the tip of the iceberg by looking at them. We don't even know what's happening in the rural areas. We don't know, and we are trying to discover them. Children need the support. The parents need the support. And every year, 1 in 750, you can imagine, one child in every 750 children is born with Down syndrome. This is the biggest challenge. One, the language. Second, the culture, the food differences. You have to understand that no two parts of India are the same. In 1984, we set apart the first center in Chennai called Matru Mandir to empower the parents. The purpose of the center was very, very clear. It was psychological support for the entire family. In India, we don't do parent counseling. We do family counseling. The entire family walks in and we empower them in supporting the parents to raise a beautiful child. The best possible care was started in Chennai first when we created a team of specialists who would work towards helping the child to come out of that. From Chennai, we moved into other states. But there is where we had major challenges because we could not speak Malayalam. I went to Kerala first, and since I don't speak the local languages, I then decided that we will create parent support groups across the country. So today we are so proud that we have managed to cover every part of India. And then during the pandemic, my friends, we covered Manipur and Ladakh too. So we have an entire package for every parent. As soon as the baby is born, are able to counsel them. And this has been the biggest success. What was thought as impossible is today possible. One more thing we needed was to find the right doctors in every state. It is happening through all our wonders with our parents. They attend the meetings, they talk, they discuss. We have the guidelines which have been prepared by a pediatrician. We have the next lecture is being given by Dr. Nina Vaidya, who's a parent herself, and she supported us in creating a lot of guidelines which the doctors and the parents must carry as their Bible. So there are lots of things that we at our level have been doing. Since they need constant support, started doing health camps, and we have done health camps in every state so that we know how well the children are performing, how they have to work, and how the parents have to be doing periodic checkups. Want to keep the health in perfect order, and we are able to monitor the child through food, diet. It's the most important thing. So that the caregivers should have a passport in their hand. We created the MedPassport, my friends. This is an amazing book which can be downloaded from our website. For each one of you, then you will understand what it means to be a person with Down syndrome, because this is a passport for them from 1 to 18 years and from 18 years and above, which tells you detailed situations of this child. Every little phobia, every little allergy will be in this book. It will be so informative every student to download it and understand what are the smallest nuances that the child can face and how you deal with it. The next thing it was we saw these children were not given the proper diet. You know, today there are major allergies, gluten allergies, there could be lactose intolerance. So for all of this, a parent would discover that there would be either an irritable bowel syndrome or that the child was having other issues. So all this depends on the diet. We created a diet and a nutrition booklet, which has been translated in Gujarati and Tamil. And this was so important that today, along with my dish, which is a big organization in Andhra, Hyderabad, we are now working very closely to create more information for the rural people so that they will understand the smallest nuances, especially diet and food. Because even the base program for all when it comes to persons with Down syndrome. Once again, I'd like to say that from all these books have been written by me, and I even worked very closely with the government of India to produce a booklet on the guidelines and for parents, which is very, very important and has again been translated. All this is available on our website. The other very important thing is after the child is up and about, and we have done the therapies for them, which is the base program is health and the medical records and the early intervention, which we call all the therapies have been put together and that is on his feet. The next thing the parents will ask you is, can my child go to school? Yes, my friends, this child will definitely be in school. He is going to do so well in school and he is going to reach high school. All children, my friends, are in high school and some of them have become head girls and head boys of the schools. I think they need a big round of applause for not giving up exactly what we want. We'd like to show you a small video on how much they have to tell you, and it is self-explanatory on exactly what you want. Independent living, you want them to know, you want us to know that they can, we will tell you, and they will tell you themselves that they can. We show you this video.
Hi everyone, I am Unnati, a 16-year-old from Surat. I love music, reading books and going out with my friends. I also happen to have Down syndrome. Now if you're wondering why I am here, I have bundled up surprises for you. Let me show what people with Down syndrome can do. Are you ready?
3, 2, 1.
Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. Hey Daya Sagara, Krishna, 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 Krishna.
Hi, I am Alan Vaidya. I am working as hospital assistant.
My name is Shooter Singh. I work in Cheshire for Utala. I love my job.
Hello everyone, my name is Sai Singh. I am a Special Olympics champion and an athlete leader from Lucknow, UP. I am a trained yoga instructor. This is my school, study hall. I am educated and trained here, and now I am working as an assistant teacher in Special Olympics, sports and yoga for mainstream and special children. Thank you. मैं जन्म फिल्म ये एटिलेटर टसोनोम कार्य करता हूँ पाठक में सेंटर में।
Hi, my name is Kasmi Khandan. I have Down syndrome. I am self-advocate. I love to cook. An artist. I love to paint. I dance. I model. I walk craft for fabric show. I am on studio. Studio art. This is my studio. I teach yoga and Zumba fitness program. You're welcome to my studio. Bye.
My name is Alda Mehta. 20 years old. हेलो एवरीवन, मेरा नाम आदिति वर्मा। मैं एक छोटा सा कैफे चला रही हूँ लेवई मुंबई में आदिति स्क्वायर। मैं फर्स्ट फैमिली जो चला रही हूँ सीजन कंप्लीट हो गया है। मैं पूरा होटल मैनेजमेंट करती हूँ। मेरे पास स्टाफ 3 है, एक हेल्पर है मेरे पास और 2 स्टाफ डिलीवरी करने जाते हैं और ऑफिस में। थैंक यू।
Hello everyone, Namaste. I am Devanshi Sati from New Delhi. I am 88 years old. I have certificate to example. I am an independent working woman. I enjoy myself very much as a person. I contribute alpha with all my team members. I am very proud to be contributing to my family too. Everyone loves and respects me. I am a national awardee of Government of India Aspect Employee and Role Model. Thank you.
Hi, I am Saran from Ahmedabad. I am 21 years old. I am an artist, photographer, dancer, and musician. I have achieved brown singable intelligence, showing my moves. Thank you.
I am Ate from Chennai. Swimming champion.
Aren't you amazed? Well, I am definitely very inspired. Now, do you want to know what I will be doing in the future? I am going to be an actress and a programmer. So, watch out for me.
As Crystal, that they will definitely perform It is all about us believing in them. Till now, people were never given an opportunity. My friends, life is about an opportunity. It's not about a godfather. It's about us understanding them. Why is it that every time the parents have to understand society? Why doesn't society open up their arms? In the last 2 years of the pandemic, I think no one enjoyed their children as much as we as parents did. We raised our children to become absolutely independent, and you will not believe the number of programs that were given to parents while they sat at home, and this, I think, came as the biggest relief for us. We have now moved into various states, and every state is taking advantage of our programs. We have storytelling, we have created hobbies, we have had art exhibitions where we are now promoting their art. Even if you think that we are doing it to support them, yes, we are doing it because the parents need the support as much as the individual. Our online class with the mainstream is working absolutely marvelously. In the last 2 years, we have empowered 90 people to be qualified teachers. Our website is exhaustive, my friends. Please go through it. And one more thing, never forget, India is the most challenging country to be in, and with the disability it is 10 times. One of you, we will work 10 times harder, and I am sure, honestly, it's about how not telling you that we are going to succumb or bow down. We want to be accepted as we are. Please listen to us. We would love to come there and make you more aware by bringing people with Down syndrome so you can interact with them and listen to them. Life for the present day parents is a biggest advantage because there is so much happening and so many people to teach them. All we need is supportive community, a supportive society, and people, universities like the Amity that has opened its door for us to talk and share. Thank you so much. Thank you, Jayanti, for everything you have done for us. Honestly, this has been an earth-shaking moment for all of us. Thank you so much.
Hey guys,
Thank you,
I'm
madam.
Iran and I'm 17 years old. I'd like to say a message on World Down Syndrome Day. I have Down syndrome and I want to tell you I don't feel any different from any other kid, except that my parents say I'm extra cute. Most parents who realize their kid has Down syndrome start panicking. They think, oh man, what does this mean? Will this affect their health? Will it affect how they think? Let me tell you this, it's nothing to feel afraid of. My parents were nervous too, but as I grew older, I could do a lot more things than they could imagine. I'm telling all the parents out there that your kid with Down syndrome will surprise you one day. You'll see whether it's gymnastics or concussing or anything else. To summarize, if your kid has Down syndrome, try not to worry too much as you'll be shocked how much they can do on their own in the long run. You just need more time and effort to make them learn. I can guarantee that it will pay off and you might even call them a guru like my parents called me. Finally, I want to wish all the people with Down syndrome and everyone else as well, happy Down syndrome day. Lots of love.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, madam. for sharing your powerful message by taking us on a journey of success and achievements achieved by individuals with Down syndrome. It was highly motivating and inspiring for us all to see all the self-advocates sharing their success stories, which has helped us all understand several important aspects of supporting persons with Down syndrome and what they are capable of. We also thank you for sharing key information about various informative books available on this subject, which will indeed be a passport for all the rehab professionals. Thank you once again for joining us on this platform, madam. Thank you for such a wonderful message. Moving on, we now have the second session of the day. I invite Ms. Shaina Mary Paul, Faculty AIRS, to carry the event forward. Over to you, Ms. Shaina.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope I'm audible now.
Yeah, you are perfectly audible, Shaina. Please carry on.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Moving on to session 2. Session 2 will be delivered by Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, under the session theme, Supporting Social Inclusion of Students with Down Syndrome. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari is the Dean, Faculty of Rehabilitation Sciences and Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. She has held distinct positions in the field of education and has served the unprivileged strata of the society with reference to children with special needs. She has major responsibilities that include academic and administrative leadership, nurturing innovations, and to inspire faculty and students to engage in cutting-edge research and innovations of vital value to uplift the special needs society. She is a certified rehabilitation professional as well as an expert member of the Rehabilitation Council of India, New Delhi. She holds positions in distinct panels of expertise and is a member of distinct rehabilitation professionals committees. Over to you, ma'am, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari.
Thank you, Saina. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rekha ma'am. And I think after you, there is nothing to share for me. And as I told you down to all of you participants, mostly I'll be addressing the pre-service teachers, the teachers who are the participants of CRE, pre-service teachers, students. Down syndrome is a very, like it forms the majority of intellectual disability. But in your curriculum, there are not very like specifically dealt with this Down syndrome. And we have, this conference has been conceptualized to collaborate with the Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation, where esteemed parents of children with Down syndrome are the members. And when, since last 30 years, I'm in the field, and I have, in the beginning of my career, I have worked with so many children with Down syndrome. And that time also, my seniors, they used to tell that one parent is equal to a dozen of professionals. And that you must have heard before, Rekha ma'am, encyclopedia of empowering persons with Down syndrome. Anything, there is nothing left to tell for me, the social inclusion and all. The topic has been given to me is the social inclusion while in the educational setup. Friends, I just would like to tell from the professional point of view. Like when we say the children with Down syndrome, it is not that now, because since last 2 decades we are in the inclusion era and the children are going to the school. It is not like the Down syndrome, children with Down syndrome, adult with Down syndrome, they were included before 2 decades also. And I have seen the students, they have gone to Kendriya Vidyalayas, they have done well, they have learned, and you have witnessed the amazing video what Rekha madam has shared, and they are doing so much. And in this case, when our Indian progressive policies is supporting, national education policy is supporting the education of children with disability, why is a torchbearer of this disability rehabilitation? My dear students, my dear pre-service teachers and professionals, RCI registered professional, I call for here that you all should be a torchbearer to empower the persons with Down syndrome. When there is so much of support is existing, only the right attitude, only the right type of support, and as Rekha Madam told, opportunity, provide opportunity for them for social inclusion in educational setting. So what is the social inclusion in educational setting? Many times, many parents and all like now the era is inclusion, and we say that once we admit a child in a regular school, the inclusion happens. That is not. That is a misnomer. Once you admit the child, and now as our chief guest also told that equity, access, and all. If it should have been equity, the the services based on the fair services must be provided to the children, then only the inclusion happens. So let us discuss. I have a few slides. I will be telling you from the professional point of view, and my high regards to all the Asia Pacific Federation members, and I bow my head to you, the way you have bring up, the way you have supported your children to give a positive example of children with Down syndrome. Seeing is believing. We all say seeing is believing. And all the participants must have now, and one thing always we say that inclusion is only to accepting the diversity, and accepting diversity comes only we have a right attitude. And the right attitude comes only if we can see something and we can believe something, the success of children. So I think the future professionals of this international conference have enough example to believe in what they have seen and to develop a right attitude and to be instrumental in empowering children and adults with Down syndrome. Just let me share my PPT, the presentation. Give me 1 minute. Sampurna, is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible, ma'am. Would request you to have the full screen mode, please. Yeah, perfectly all right.
Yeah. Promoting social inclusion of students with Down syndrome in educational setting. As I told, inclusion is not only getting the child admitted to a inclusive school or mainstream school. We have to promote the social inclusion where the child can be a part of, or equity-based education has to be provided. So students, I will be addressing all of you, the future professionals, to see that how we can promote social inclusion of persons with Down syndrome. So to just give a brief of the for the participants who do not know what is Down syndrome, it is as you all know, it is a genetic disorder and it causes a lifelong intellectual disability, and developmental delays are there. And it varies in severity. As I told, I have worked with high level of children, and there are children who have associated conditions of autism. There are associated conditions of cerebral palsy, and also there are students who are very, very independent. And it is not a spectrum, but it varies in the severity. So the developmental problem ranges from moderate to severe. Down syndrome is the most common genetic causes of learning disability in children. And increased understanding of Down syndrome and early intervention makes a big difference in the lives of both children and adults with Down syndrome. And when I say that early intervention makes a big difference, this is when from the childhood the child is getting a right support, and it really there is a difference in the children who have been identified late and schooling has started late. So it is a chromosomal disorder. This is all of you know, it is the trisomy 21. although people with Down syndrome have an element of intellectual disability, it is no more possible to predict the future potential of the child with Down syndrome than it is to give a prediction for any other child. Like, though they have an intellectual disability, they are the higher level of the intellectual disability. And with the right support, with providing right opportunity, they can lead a very good quality of life. Okay, then let's see that how do children with learn? We are the teachers, we are rehabilitation professionals. And as I told you, I will be addressing all the rehabilitation professionals who are the pre-service and in-service teachers in this field. And who are a teacher in inclusive school, you on and off, you must be in your class, the majority of your children with disability are Down syndrome. So you all must know that how they learn, what is their learning style. As with all children, there is a wide range of abilities, behavior, physical development among children with Down syndrome. However, as a general rule, most children with Down syndrome learn best with a multi-sensory based program, multimodal program. So let's see what are the teaching strategy we use for children with Down syndrome. Like they are visual learners. When you in a class, you can pair pictures with spoken words, demonstrate, model, visual cues you can give, kinesthetic reinforcement can be given, color coded and highlighted visual pattern will really help children with Down syndrome. Auditory memory and auditory processing is very weak. That's why always allow adequate response time. There is a latency in response. Once you ask something, they process it sometime. Then only the response comes. So you have to give time for their response. Then fewer short-term memory channels. So what you have to do as a teacher, break down directions into smaller steps. Do not give compound instruction. Give single instruction at a time. Repetitions, repeat, and repeat. Small chunks of information will be very beneficial when you will be dealing with children with Down syndrome. And best to avoid slang. They are the literal learners. So there are many slang which the literal meaning is very confusing. So they should be given the direct instruction. And they learn at a slower rate than typical peers. And the main in our inclusive education, when the inclusive education has come, many people, if you ask our teachers, then what you do, we adapt the curriculum. What you do the curriculum adaptation, right type of curriculum adaptation only is required. It is not in the name of curriculum adaptation which does not suit the child. If the curriculum is suiting the child, there is no need to adapt the child. First, you have to assess whether the existing curriculum, the child, what is the level the child is able to suit himself or herself. So it is not that in every inclusive education is successful only because of curriculum adaptation. No. First, you have to get a stock of it. You have to assess that whether the existing curriculum really needed adaptation. Okay, if it is needed adaptation, then simplify it. Supplement with a different additional inputs. Then alter. If it is not working, if simplification is not working, then supplement. If supplement is not working, then alter. And sometimes also all simplification, supplementation and alteration is required for students with Down syndrome in an inclusive class. There is no magic formula for adapting your classroom curriculum for your students. Each student's needs are unique. Depending upon the student, do not go by the IQ. Students, you are the young students, immediately after passing out your graduation and post-graduation, you are placed in a school. You do not get time to practice whatever you have learned. So always have a trial and error. Try to understand the child's learning style. Each student's needs are unique. You don't go by the name moderate IQ, so their potentiality will be this much. No, you have to assess the child's unique need, unique strength. The process is very simple, but it does require that all team members work collaboratively. And adaptation, accommodation of daily work will assist your student without drawing attention to the adaptation. textbook with some cover, but different content will minimize the variations. Like when they go to the inclusive, we are talking about social inclusion. So if in a classroom you are giving, everybody are using one type of textbook and you have adapted the textbook or you have altered the textbook and given a other textbook, there will be discrimination. So always you see that the cover at least will be same. So it will be minimum variation so that it can be help the child to in social exclusion. Same timetable, same subjects, but material and methods may vary. But if all students work on the same subject matter at the same time, a student's sense of competence will increase. And it is not that the child you have to send to the learning center for something. You can simplify the work, you can supplement with some other thing, or you can alter, but the same goal must be same. Allow adequate response time. As I told, they have auditory processing is little delayed, so we have to allow them adequate response time. Some students need time to process your question. And very important is be patient. Visual accommodations work best for your students with Down syndrome. Visual schedule also help compensate their memory difficulties. Okay, now let us see that many parents, there is a lot of debate among the rehabilitation professionals, among the parents, that which school is good for children with Down syndrome or developmental disability. What is, whether because the right to education says that no rejection policy, then RPWD Act says that everybody has to go to the school, NEP also says. So what is the school choice? It is my personal view, and it also they say that when we say that whether it is special school or regular school, there are group of people, there are group of professionals, they advocate for different areas depending upon our progressive legislation. But I feel, this is my personal view, I feel that we must interpret the legislation of Indian, which is related to inclusive education, in a correctly. Like the RTMN says provisions for children with disability to be enrolled in neighborhood schools and recognizes a separate category of children with severe disability who opted for home-based education. On the other hand, RPWD's Act 2016 recognizes the right of children with benchmark disability to enroll in either neighborhood schools or special school of their choice. Thus, while RT is silent on the issue of special school, the RPWD does not offer guidance on home-based education. The NEP attempts to resolve this issue by clearly stating all three neighborhood schools, special school, and home-based education as options for the education of children with disability, thereby attempting to resolve the ambiguity around school choice. This has been taken by the blog of Tanushree Sarkar, who has given in education and disability policy making, who has posted this. And this, I liked it very much. That's why I thought I will, many times, many parents, and we also say we are in the era of inclusion. So there is no special school should be there. It is not like that. I personally feel that special school should be there. The children who wants to be educated in a special school, of course, it is really that inclusive schools give better inclusion. It empowers, it role model and all. But depending upon the capability, depending upon the parents' interest, depending upon the child's need, the schools must be chosen. I don't know why it is not moving. Choosing a school. So when we are talking about social inclusion in the educational setting, so choosing a school really plays a great role. Many parents expect that their child, by going to a mainstream school, that is a regular school, will have easier contacts with children in the neighborhood. Many parents also believe that a mainstream class is a more stimulating social environment. Many parents think that a child in a regular school, for children with with severe learning difficulties run a greater chance of picking up inappropriate behavior. Some parents also believe that educational inclusion can have a positive influence on the acceptance of people with disability in the society. These are very well said and very well recorded in all the books. But what is the reality? When we have seen, when our student goes to different schools, when we visit different schools, we have seen there are, I'm not telling that there is not, but majority of children are, though educationally included, socially excluded. And their education happens, education achievement is not 100% if they are not socially included. Ideally, parents manage to find a school with enough coping capacity, cooperation in the team, a strong school leader, some organizational stability, good social climate and all. In which differences So when we see that when parents find a school and then they go to the inclusion school, then what are the prerequisites? Generally, what are the prerequisites in a school? We see there must be accepting positive classroom atmosphere, support from special education personnel, administrative support, appropriate curriculum, disability specific teaching skills, peer assistance, effective general teaching skills. So all these things are required for a successful inclusion. And when children go and all the administrator, all the teachers, now the pre-service teachers, they are also taught that what are the challenges of inclusion. There are n number of conferences, n number of seminars, that what are the challenges, what are the strength of inclusion, what is the role of teacher, what is the role of administration, and n number of research studies also have been produced that how to have a successful inclusion. In paper, all these are prerequisites, but it has to be implemented in a effective way. That is very, very important, that the effective way, how we can implement, accepting positive classroom atmosphere. The atmosphere, positive classroom, as I told, inclusion is nothing but accepting diversity, and that accepting diversity comes if the children, if the classroom, if the students in the classroom have a positive attitude. And you cannot imbibe a positive, you cannot inject a positive attitude among the students. You have to show the success story. You have to make them experience. So all these are, it is, if effectively practiced, then definitely there will be no social exclusion and the child will be academically included and the child will be better educated. It is not moving.
Ma'am, you can just, it's moving now.
Yeah. Yeah, so when we compare exclusion and inclusion, inclusion is adjusting the physical learning and social environment, and through a integrated and school-wide support, accessible spaces, infrastructure, curriculum adaptation, that is standard curriculum, adapted curriculum, altered curriculum, distributing resources and assuming the capacity of different stakeholders. But if you are, when you say, when it is not inclusion, when there are inaccessible spaces and different curriculum, one-to-one support and all these things. So we must focus on how we can promote academic as well as social inclusion in a regular classroom. The social inclusion and social problem, it is not when we say that a parents feel, everybody we say that no, you must send the child to a inclusive environment. Before also I told there is a lot of debate among professionals that whether there is a special school, child can be educated in a special school or a regular school. It depends, the social inclusion or the academic inclusion depends a lot more in the factors, that is the child factor and environmental factors. For instance, social skills, speech, age of the child, and also the environmental factors that are the social climate in the classroom, teacher's attitude, behavioral management, all these things matters. It is not a physically putting a child in an inclusive setup, admitting a child in a international school or a government school or a regular school, our work is over. No, the other thing also we have to keep in mind. So social inclusion, what we say, now let us understand what is social inclusion. The major obstacle for achieving the goal of social inclusion for people with intellectual and developmental disability is that the concept of social inclusion remains unclear. This is by a research study, an outcome of a research study who has done. And the lack of clarity results from the numerous definitions of social inclusion, which can make the concept interchangeably with social integration, social network, community participation, and social capital. The variation between definition impedes effective service delivery and intervention and leads to insufficient data about its effective implementation. This has been a research finding by Dugan and Martin. Moreover, the conceptual ambiguity of social inclusion hinders communication across key stakeholders. This is also a research outcome by Clement and Bigben. So what I'm going to tell is that social inclusion is very much required and it is not very clear. It is evidence-based. The research studies have shown that it is not very clear. So then what we have to do? It is not here, we have not come to just to quote the research study and say that it is not clear. So what? So what, as a rehabilitation professional, as an important stakeholder of the disability rehabilitation, what is our role? What we should do? We must identify the challenges. We must identify where to fix it and how can we can improve the social inclusion of children and adults with Down syndrome. Many people with disability unnecessarily experience life quite differently. They may not have a sense of presence in the community and may not have access to activity they prefer or desire. People with disability are often not acknowledged in the community, or if they are, it may be in a negative way. Though these sentences sound very easy, if I must ask the parents, it is, if you internalize, it really happens. A child who goes to a school, inclusive school, though he's there, but sense of presence is not there. The social inclusion is to make the child the sense of presence so that the child can actively participate in the activity, so that the quality of life, the empowerment of the child will be enhanced. So why social inclusion? Then when we are talking that social inclusion is not clear, this is then why it is. Sometimes people can be present in community without being socially included. So social inclusion means experiencing sense of belongingness, and when the people are accepted within their communities, when they are valued roles in the community, when actively they are participating in the community, when they are involved in activities based on their personal preferences, have social relationship with others whom they choose and share common interest and have friends. Before me, Surekha madam has showed you so many success stories, so many anecdotes of the children and adults with Down syndrome. You have seen them, the way they have excelled in their own field. There are in karates, in Beiki, in entrepreneurship, in different, there is nothing, no profession has been untouched. So why? That is the social inclusion. They are accepted, they are valued, they have active participation. So that, my dear teachers, my dear rehabilitation professionals, you have to work for that social inclusion. How does this lack of social inclusion for people with disability get addressed? So when we are telling that social inclusion is not there, then how we can address it? There are many possible pathways to inclusion. The good news is that we are getting better as a society in opening up our schools and workplaces to people with disability. Since last two and a half decades, we are in the process of inclusion. And always I share, I don't know, I must have shared this as a young teacher of in a mentally retarded institution, premier NGO. When those time I have seen in a movie the inclusive school inclusion. I have never expected that in India also one day that our children can be educated with their peer group in a regular school as a special educator. But now the dream has come true. Now we have really achieved inclusion, which was a dream 20-25 years back. And this is because of the effort of so many efforts, social, political, legal, all this effort now we have in this era. And the young generation, the current generation of disability rehabilitation professional, you will never imagine how the situation used to be when like 2-3 decades back. I am not telling bad or good, but this inclusion we have progressed through what we are dreaming those times. So what we have to do, despite these issues, social inclusion remains an important element of well-being of people with intellectual and developmental disability and a key component of the UNCRPD. However, people with intellectual and developmental disability, where the Down syndrome is a major portions of it, continue to experience high rates of social isolation. And their social network are comprised mainly of family members and their teacher and speech therapist and professional, that's all. This is also has been a research study. So we have to see how the social inclusion has to reach far and wide, and they should be the social isolation should not be there in an academic institute, in an educational setting. This is also a very good diagram from one research study where they say the social inclusions are in the form of social interaction, community participation, independent living, and social capital, and these are the outcome of this. So I'm not going into detail because I have to complete by 12:30. So let me go to the next slide. Okay. So when we are working for social inclusion, what are the challenges? What are the symptoms of exclusion? That is unequal access to resources, unequal participation, and denial of opportunity. Though in paper there are equity-based education, are we really giving them the equity-based resources, equity-based participation, and equity-based opportunity? My dear all upcoming young professionals, this is a question for you. You ask yourself, when you will be a professional, you see that you face the challenge and you will be the torchbearer for providing equity-based resources, equity-based participation and opportunity to facilitate their social and academic and community inclusion. Okay, this is also one very good diagram where we say that how the inclusion takes place from individual level to interpersonal level to organizational level, organizational to community, and then social, political. I am not going into detail of this diagram. Let me go to the other. Then why social inclusion? We have already discussed it, and we presume that peer acceptance and having friends are developmental necessities rather than luxuries that help students to better in schools. And we have also seen, we have in Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, we have nearly 25 schools MOU where our students, all the different school students go for the practice. And also we have seen, it is not from my experience, I can tell that it is not in private school or government school or not an international school or a small school or a big school. It is the attitude, it is the policy of the administrator that whether they are making a successful inclusion or whether they are giving just a physical presence of the students. So, but we have seen the students who are really included, they have done better than any others. Although social inclusion does not guarantee that student excels academically, their engagement and performance are easily compromised by experiences of exclusion. processes by which exclusion impairs academic success. So when we are talking about like something. I don't know, it is something happened.
Ma'am, the slide of processes by which exclusion impairs, that is visible, ma'am.
Can you please come, Sapna?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm saying the PPT of processes by which exclusion impairs is visible on screen. Yes, coming.
Yeah, social inclusion and social adjustment, when we say it like thank you, Sampurna. Students' academic and social lives are integrally intertwined. And so the academic difficulties affect often reflect students' negative social experiences in school. How? Through peer victimization, peer rejection, and friendlessness. If a child in a class, there are many studies also have proved that child bullying in the classrooms. And also our students, also many of our students have conducted the research also on the effect of bullying in the academic performance of children with disability. So the peer victimization, victimizing the child with disability, rejecting the child with disability by peer, and friendlessness, these are really, it affects their academic performance. Certain groups of students who heightened risk for peer victimization, rejection, and friendlessness. Such social challenges in terms are related to school absence, because if they are victimized, they do not come to the school. Lack of engagement and compromised academic performance. Victimization by peer increases emotional distress and somatic problem in ways that contribute to students' truancy, disengagement, and inability to focus on learning. And peer rejection is likely to amplify the behavior that elicit peer rejection in the first place, that is the aggression. Emotional regulation difficulty, lack of friend also in turn restricts opportunity to seek and gain academic support from the classmates. So these are the ways where we can, as a teacher, you all can look into it. There in the class, there should not be peer victimization, there should not be peer rejection, which promotes social exclusion. Then conceptual accounts of peer exclusion in school, like preference of similar others, social norms, intergroup dynamics. Like in a class, when you go, the young classes, they will make friends with the similar others. Like I can tell you, like people when they go to IITs, people will when go to Delhi University, suppose the school children who comes from the Kendra Vidyalaya, they will have a group. And children who are coming from other schools, they will have the preference of similar others. They make their own group. So that is also hampers the social exclusion. And intergroup dynamics also hinders the social inclusion. School practices that prevent social exclusion, like organizational practices, teacher behavior. Teacher behavior is very, very important. The question then is how teachers can promote equitable treatment while also recognizing the individual difference and needs of their students. So you as a teacher, you must very creatively, very smartly deal the classes, how you can cater to the individual needs, as well as there should not be practices which prevent social inclusion. Opportunity to promote social inclusion. What are the opportunities? Maximize diversity and ensure equitable access, increase teacher awareness and inclusive strategy, promote shared goal outside classroom, and facilitate cross-group friendships. Intervention approaches are anti-bias and inter-group contact and social norm intervention, multicultural education, social emotional learning, social norms approach to modify peer culture. So taken together, there are ways for schools to address negative bias and social inclusion. And all of these require commitment and buy-in from educators, training of teachers, fidelity of implementation, as well as time in the school schedule. Okay, then how the inclusive class should be? When we are talking that in inclusive class, there will be social inclusion which does not promote the educational inclusion, then how it can be? In a so inclusive class, the teacher must focus on the structure of the teaching approaches, environmental adaptation, social and behavioral adaptation, and curriculum adaptation. Making all these things feasible and possible and effective use of all these things, is inclusive class can effectively function and restrict social exclusion. Then we have to see that the child is more or less isolated, classmates are dominating the child or what, the child is often behaving inappropriately or antisocially, the challenging behavior of the child. And I think I have come to the end of this presentation. So what is promoting social inclusion in academic setup is very, very important. So what are the takeaway from this? The students with Down syndrome will need brain breaks throughout the day. So ensure, as a teacher, ensure that you schedule this into your routine. Make it a whole of class activity, or at least use a buddy system to the student which does not feel singled out. Most but not all students with Down syndrome will have poor working memory. Their ability to remember what's been said beyond a few instructions is vastly reduced. To help students recall and retain key concepts and understand the lesson, accompany your verbal instruction with visual cues. Use diagrams, images, visual support such as written text, and explain the lesson in a graphic manner will help the student commit new information to memory, and the child will be included academically, and you should also make social inclusion. Most students with Down syndrome will have difficulty following long instructions or referencing a textbook. Modify your instructions so you are introducing a few ideas at a time. Also use shorter sentences to explain your lesson, and build in plenty of repetitions to give the students ample opportunity for consolidation of practice. And importantly, before you move on to your next set of ideas and instruction, ensure you have given the student enough processing time by checking for understanding. Around 80% of students with Down syndrome will have conductive hearing loss because they have a respiratory infections also. So it is important to make environmental adjustment. Do a scan of your classroom and identify aspects that are likely to create noise, such as tiles or anything else. Take steps to eliminate loud or echoic sounds using carpet, mats, and other sound absorbing materials. Consider where you position the child with Down syndrome in your classroom. It is advisable to sit students with Down syndrome away from the door, as some students with Down syndrome can tend to run away if they find the lesson challenging. You can also use a buddy system or implement small group work so the students continues to be engaged in their own work alongside their peers. Okay, what are the other discussion probing questions? As a teacher, how do I know if I have got my level of scaffolding right for a student with Down syndrome? What kind of technological tools? Now it is digitally era. So the technological tool, what are the technological tool can assist a student with Down syndrome in their use of fine motor skill and other skills? What steps I can take help reduce the student's level of fatigue? and how should I adjust the way I deliver instruction and my overall lesson to enable the students with Down syndrome to understand the retain what's being discussed? And why do I need to build visual support into every lesson? Is it required, or sometimes the student is adjusting to this? I think this is the end of my presentation. I like this picture very good. I have taken from the net. The Childs, it is such a beautiful poem by my parents always tell me that I am the best, and to have me, they are truly blessed. I love myself and everything about me because there is so much more than your eyes can see. All the teachers, disability rehabilitation professionals, my advice to you, the last paragraph, that is because there is so much more than your eyes can see. So believe in your eyes, believe in your this, and go ahead with including children and adults with Down syndrome, and not making socially exclusion and empowering them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, madam, for emphasizing on key aspects related to accommodations and modifications to be carried out at the curriculum level, activity level, and learner level, which are needed by the target group. The need to address peer exclusion through peer dynamics, commitment, and other strategies were highly informative for our participants. These points are highly relevant and useful to all of us. Thank you once again, madam. Moving on to session 3. Over to you, Ms. Shaina.
Our session 3 will be taken by Dr. Neena Vaidya, pediatrician, Down Syndrome Federation, India. I humbly request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to virtually present the Tulsi sapling to Madam. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Neena Vaidya. Ma'am is a noted pediatrician and mother of a confident young lady with Down syndrome. Ma'am is working tirelessly to help and guide parents caring for children and adults with Down syndrome. Dr. Neena has also conducted various successful workshops aiming to create awareness about the genetic disorder in the larger society. We are grateful to have you with us, ma'am, and we all are keenly awaiting to hear you deliberate on the theme, creating a supportive community for independent living of persons with Down syndrome. Over to you, ma'am. Dr. Neena Vaidya.
Thank you, and thank you for the sapling.
Thank you so
So
much.
good afternoon. Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Ma'am,
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, yes, yes.
I'll just tell, because some of the request is coming in Hindi also. I am very sorry, participants. I didn't use bilingual, and I request Dr. Vaidya to be bilingual.
Definitely, I am very used to speak in English.
I'm so sorry to enter. I could not speak, and there are comments are coming that Hindi also can be used. So please be bilingual, ma'am. Thank you.
So first of all, good afternoon, everyone, and be awake, listen to each word, because I want you to know how we can make possible. My topic is creating a supportive community for independent living of persons with Down syndrome. And for that, we need to understand that why we need a support. So thanks for giving me this opportunity, and I must congratulate Amity University and Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Association, firstly, for taking the initiative, and secondly, and more importantly, thinking about this much needed topic to be focused upon. So thank you very much. And Rekhama, I think she's not here, but she is always there for all of us. And thanks to DSFI for having me here. And going to the main topic, let's first have a look at the why part of today's topic. So what exactly the present scenario is, and for that I would like to share just one slide. So this is the present scenario. I would like, it is inverse triangle. Parent with having a child with Down syndrome needs community support, needs support from doctors and so many people, teachers and life skill trainers and vocational trainers. And this is what happens. Number one, when the child is born, the tip of the inverse diagram, here are parents, doctors and relatives. So parents will need support of doctor and relatives. Now coming to the second part again, parents, doctors, relatives, and here the therapist enters, because we suggest early intervention program when the child is born, immediately within first few weeks, or preferably few weeks, if not then first few months. So now enters the therapist. So now the team would be of parents, doctors, relatives, therapists, and maybe close friends. Now going further, so the third step would be saying parents, therapists, friends, relatives, neighbors, and doctors. So as the child grow, the role of a doctor will reduces. Then coming to the fourth step. So now we will consider parents, relatives, neighbors, and friends. We will consider them as circle 1, first circle of the child. So now fourth step would be the first circle, which I mentioned, the people, the team in first circle, therapist, and now the child will need to go to school. Now parents need to take admission in a school. So now enters teachers. When the child enters the school, not only, so step 5 would be the first circle, teachers, classmates, and the parents of child's classmates. It is very important to have the support of the parents of classmates, child's classmate. So here comes the fifth step. Then sixth step, the school authorities need to enter, because to cope with the pace of the child, teacher, class teacher, or subject teacher cannot take decisions. Here the school authorities need to enter. So the sixth group would be first circle, teachers, classmates, the parents of classmates, and school authority. Here comes the seventh step, would be skill training. So everything I mentioned in step 6 plus skill training program. Then 8th would be vocational options and training. 7 plus vocational training and options, vocational, providing with vocational options would be the 8th. And 9th would be employment opportunities and preparation to get employed. So this is the triangle and this is the present scenario. Now on the tip, now I want all of you to answer. Can a triangle stand on a tip? Not even for a millisecond. So this is what is the scenario right now, and what everyone present here, I want all of you to listen very carefully, because we are playing the role to make the triangle stable, to make the triangle stand stable, because the scenario is not going to change. The tip of the inverse triangle, what it is going to remain there. The therapist, the second, then teachers, then school authorities, then the life skill training, then vocational training, employability. So this is not going to change. So how we can bring a change? So how we can bring a change? I would like to show the second slide, and then we'll go ahead with my my talk. So how we can bring a change, and exactly we all are present here. Why exactly we? So we are the pillars. We are the pillars, and if you see, pillars are doctors, family, peers, classmates, teaching institutes, NGOs, and we will go and we will learn, and we will see how best we can strengthen our pillars. So whatever pillars we are already having, we will try to strengthen those pillars, and we together will try to add more pillars so that the inverse triangle get ample support and can stand steadily. So I'll keep this slide so that we all can understand the function of each one clearly. So when a baby is born with Down syndrome, baby may or may not have medical issues. In any case, the major responsibility falls on doctor to break the news, to support and sensitize the relatives. This period is of extreme emotional turbulence and crisis, and can be handled with the support of doctor and other family members. So this is the first pillar of doctors and family members. Then comes the therapist. A child needs to undergo early intervention program, as we all know, and the speakers who spoke before me have explained very nicely about the early intervention program. So, but how would parent know what is early intervention program? We all are here professional and directly or indirectly connected with this sector. So we all know what exactly the early intervention program means. But how a parent would know that what early intervention program is, whom to contact, how to go ahead, etc. So doctor can help. Here comes parent support group and certain websites that can provide the support. But still we need to, as Professor Jayanti very rightly said, that we need to make we need to make the information resources accessible to the parents. So here we can focus and make the material, the things, the website, parent support, parent group, everything easily accessible to the parents. Then parents need to take the initiative. Here comes the role of parents, and major role till the end of life. The major role remains in the lap of parents. Parents need to take the initiative and create a strong first social circle. I mentioned who can be included in first social circle. It is the parents, family, close relatives, friends, and neighbors. So parents need to sensitize, parents need to make them aware about Down syndrome, and for that they need to understand about Down syndrome, the strength and limitations of their children very clearly, so that they can start creating an awareness from their side. So here comes family, parents, and doctors. Then comes teacher, then comes therapist. So sensitizing, we will see how we can go ahead with therapists and what are the roles apart from giving therapy to the child. What should be the role of a therapist? We will see in coming information. So then as child grows, doctor's role reduces and enters the teacher. And about role of teacher, Professor Jayanti has explained very nicely. She has explained what an inclusive classroom should be, how you can modify the syllabus, how you can modify so that the child with Down syndrome can learn better. Teacher play a major role in developmental of a child with Down syndrome. So educating teacher and letting them know about strengths and limitations of a child with Down syndrome is very important. Regular schooling and inclusive classrooms are the integral part of the development of a child with Down syndrome. They are visual learners. Professor Jayanti rightly told us, and she even mentioned many she mentioned about many strengths of a child with Down syndrome, and we to use those strengths. They are visual learners, they are copycats, they are keen observants, and they have high social quotient. So sensitizing the teacher is important. So here comes the role of teachers. Then once the child gets admission, acceptance not only by the classmates but the parent of classmates, as I mentioned earlier, is equally important. So how we can sensitize parents? So through social stories, through sharing, through games, small gatherings after the class. You can organize small gathering after the class. You can call the classmates of your the child. Parents can call the classmates of the child along with parents, and they can celebrate diversity together. So this will make the parents of child's classmate sensitive to some extent. Then school authorities need to enter, as the child may not cope with the regular syllabus if they are slow learners. So allowing them to have personalized set of worksheets. I will talk more on this. Focus more on self-help skills and functional learning, and not to force academic achievements. Rather, encourage the child to excel in other areas of interest and ability. Then comes teen needs more attention. Now the child enters his or her teens, and here the child needs more attention. How we can help the child when he or she is entering into teens, we'll discuss later. I'm just explaining the pillars. The focus should be shifted from academics to life skill training, preferably in continuation with regular schooling. And lastly, vocational training and employment. So these are the life skill training, employment options, vocational and rehabilitation centers, special educators, counselor. We all are the pillars, NGOs, social workers, youth, parents, parent groups, etc. Now, how to take advantage, and how we can come together to help a child with Down syndrome. So for me, it was easy to enlist. For me, it was very easy to enlist that this is the inverse triangle and we need to play the role of pillars and these and that. But it is very difficult to implement, because the main issue in at least our country, India, is that we lack awareness. We lack awareness, and because of lack of awareness, our children are invisible. They are invisible. In Western world, though the percentages are higher, many things are done and they are at a better place because there they are visible. So things are difficult because of the lack of awareness, which makes our children invisible. And when not seen, nothing happens. So invisibility leads to inaction by any stakeholders to talk or act on behalf of them. So despite of right to education, they are denied to admission in regular school. They are not included in playgrounds. They are not invited in birthday parties. This social stigma attached to Down syndrome has kept it silent till now, but no more from today onwards. I want a promise from all of you that this should not happen at least whenever anyone from the participants today, if you are present and something of such kind happens, you will not let it happen. So let's start spreading the awareness from this moment right now. Next comes our education system. Our education system focuses mainly on academic achievement. We have very skill development programs. Even for typical children, we, the parents, focus least on life skill training. A child or teen or an adult with Down syndrome may know numbers, but not the value. So the child can't do money transaction, right? He or she can read the clock, but cannot understand time. In spite of being able to travel alone, he or she cannot, as they are not taught or exposed to map reading or navigation system. They are not taught to know their surrounding. He or she can do a job, and being very honest and punctual are found to be more productive, but know a very little about the salary amount. When in crisis, instead of behaving as a reliable adult and contributing factor in solving the problem, they themselves will become liability because we have not allowed them to take responsibility. As they can work at their best in predictable schedule, they cannot cope with last minute changes. Because privacy training is not on the priority list, safety becomes a major concern. And all these problems arise because we, the parents and the educational institute, are focused on academic achievement and not on self-help skills, functional skills, and life skills. So we need to shift from academic. We need to shift our expectations from academic achievements towards self-help, functional skills, and life skills. So what we all can do together, starting with parents, what we can do? I mentioned the pillars, right? Now, what are the functions of pillars? How the existing pillar need to become stronger, and we all together need to add more pillars to stabilize this inverse triangle. So starting with parents, parents should provide inclusive homes. I have seen parents barring a special need child, following family rules, behaving, following good manners, showing, respecting. They are discipline should not be discipline should be equally implemented on all the children. They should not bar. They should not consider a special need. They should not discount a special need child as far as family rules are concerned, as far as contributing member, taking responsibilities as a contributing member of the family is concerned. They should not discount a child with Down syndrome, right? So the homes need to be inclusive. And these are the roles of parents. Then strong social circles. And instead of feeling bad, sad, rejected, or left out, start spreading awareness with the help of leaflets, presentations, books, small gatherings, friends meets, etc. Then comes the role of therapist. How a therapist can do something more. So therapists should include the empowerment of parents in their therapy. They should not just give therapies to a child with Down syndrome. They should additionally empower the parents. So doing the therapist twice or thrice or maybe daily for an hour is not going to be sufficient. So parents' involvement, participation, and learning is more important. The therapist need not hide, in fact, should guide and teach the parents how to incorporate various therapies in child's routine so that the repetition happens automatically, giving better results eventually. So the therapist should not focus on, this is very important. All the therapists present here, please listen this carefully. The therapist should not focus on achieving the milestones. Rather, they should focus on muscle strengthening. When the therapist focuses on achieving the milestones, it may happen prematurely, which may be harmful to the child. I will repeat in Hindi as well. Therapist के लिए बहुत जरूरी है कि उनको माइलस्टोन अचीव करने पे फोकस नहीं करना है, उनको मसल स्ट्रेंथनिंग पे फोकस करना है, क्योंकि अगर माइलस्टोन अचीव करने पे फोकस करेंगे तो आप प्री मैच्योर, देयर आर ऑल चांसेस कि बच्चे की मसल स्ट्रॉन्ग इनफ नहीं है और खड़ा होने लगेगा या चलने लगेगा, विच विल बी इवेंचुअली विच वुड बी हार्मफुल, जो बाद में उसको नुकसान करेगा. तो मसल स्ट्रेंथनिंग पे हमें फोकस करना है बीइंग अ थेरेपिस्ट एंड नॉट ऑन अचीविंग द माइलस्टोन्स, राइट. और माइलस्टोन अचीव करने पे जब फोकस करते हैं तो वो पूरी प्रोसेस स्ट्रेस इंड्यूसिंग रहती है, दैट क्रिएट्स लॉट्स ऑफ स्ट्रेस. So this is one thing. Then therapists can connect parents with each other. If you are seeing 10 children in your morning session, and if all are below 5 years, you can connect those parents. This would be a very good gesture from a therapist side. They can have group sessions. They can involve youth and organize small events where the youth will play a role of volunteers and play a major role. So therapists can play a major role by connecting parents with each other, by having group sessions, by involving youth and organize an event, and thereby they can play a major role in sensitizing the society, and thereby we can spread awareness. Then coming to teacher, and Professor Jayanti has talked a lot, and she made it very clear that how a teacher can play a role when a child with Down syndrome is studying in his or her classroom. So sensitizing the teaching institute is very important, and awareness about Down syndrome should be included in teachers training program. At regional level, we do teacher training program, and the topics, I have selected 2 topics. The first topic is how to identify a special need child in your classroom, and second one is how can you help the child without disturbing others in the classroom. So these are, you can choose your own topics. I am doing on these 2, but we can have many topics as per the requirement and as per the queries arose by the teachers. So we can have this. As Professor Saroj Sharma rightly said, there should be courses or chapters included in B.Ed and M.Ed. No, a child with Down syndrome, there should be separate courses or a chapter in their bachelor studies and master studies of education should be added about Down syndrome. There must be some courses for parents and general public as well. This is what Professor Saroj Sharma mentioned in her talk. There should be batteries. I like this very much. There should be batteries to measure the level of inclusion. This was also mentioned by Professor Sharma. And yes, there should be batteries to measure the level of inclusion. And she also mentioned about Samagra Siksha. So here, I am not aware about other states, but here G Shala has been started because of COVID, and that is for typical children. And I am not sure whether it has started in other states also. If yes, then please raise your hand. So the children during online sessions, they were posted videos by teachers. They had to go through those videos and they have to shoot their videos, that what they understood after going through the video posted by the teacher. And then they have to, then teacher evaluates the child as per the video posted by the child. This is very good concept. And it was just for COVID period, but now here in Gujarat, they are going to Samagra Siksha, the authorities involved with Samagra Siksha, they are going to continue this concept And I think it would be very, very helpful for children with Down syndrome. So this framework can be used for children with Down syndrome. समग्र शिक्षा में कोविड के टाइम पे ऐसा किया गया था कि टीचर टॉपिक की वीडियो बना के बच्चों को भेजती थी, बच्चे उसको देख के क्या समझे उसकी खुद की वीडियोस बना के दे यूज्ड टू पोस्ट एंड बेस्ड माने वो वीडियोस देख के टीचर इवेल्युएट करते हैं बच्चों को. दिस वाज माने दिस फ्रेमवर्क, ये फ्रेमवर्क बनाया गया था कोविड पीरियड के लिए, लेकिन दिस इज गोइंग टू कंटिन्यू, ये कंटिन्यू रखने वाले हैं. तो ये फ्रेमवर्क भी हम डाउन सिंड्रोम के चिल्ड्रन विद डाउन सिंड्रोम के लिए यूज कर सकते हैं. As Professor Dr. Shukla rightly said, the teaching institute can organize workshop for students and parents. So this was about sensitizing the teaching institute, and partly this point has been mentioned by Professor Jayanti, but I would like to talk something specific about this, that a team of special educators, counselors and school teacher keeping parent in loop should create IEP. The Western country, all the Western country, all the developed countries, they follow IEP. IEP means individual education program. So for each child, together, the team, special educator, counselor, school teacher, keeping parent in loop, they create IEP for the child. The evaluation should be based on, the team should prepare individual education program, one thing. Then the evaluation should be based on visuals, short answers, MCQs, oral test, self-help skills, how the child is, how the doing self-help skills means doing routine independently, dressing, bathing, cleaning, combing, that is self-help skills. Then daily living skills means following rules of the family, listening to instruction, following instruction, taking household responsibilities. These are daily living skills. And functional skills means going out, understanding money transaction, understanding doing time management, privacy, safety, communication, awareness of surrounding, etc. These are functional skills. So the evaluation of a child with Down syndrome should be based on visuals, short answers, MCQs, oral test, self-help skills, daily living skills, and functional skills. So we should include these things under our evaluation methods. Then schools can have awareness programs like skit performances. These we are doing at our local place. We do skit performances, then drama. Then we can celebrate the diversity. We can, during our annual gathering or cultural program or some specific days, we can keep short skits, drama, celebrate the diversity. There are a lot of material available online. You can get hold of any concept, and school can go ahead with those concepts. Then respecting the uniqueness, etc. So school can have awareness programs like this. Then one more thing, the senior students can be given projects to prepare a presentation, and the topics you can have your own, but few I have mentioned. I will mention few. You can ask the senior students to prepare projects and present, and they should be given credit points. And the topics can be myths and truths about Down syndrome, know a child with Down syndrome, art and a person with Down syndrome, music and a person with Down syndrome, theater and a person with Down syndrome. So these are few topics. You can ask the senior students, maybe 8, 9, 10 standard, 11 standard students. You can ask them to prepare a PPT, present it, and on the base of their presentations, they should be given credit points. So these are few things we can do. Again, schools can have inclusive play. We are doing here inclusive play, inclusive fun fair, cultural program, in picnic, camping, sports day, watching movie together, and these things, all these activities, involving them in fun activities along with the educational part, all these things have great impact on their holistic development. Believe me, they grow like anything. So these are few things we can do at school level. At teaching institutes can go ahead with these things. Then similarly, sensitizing youth will bring a change at a much larger spectrum, at a much larger scale. So how we can involve youth, and we can get them together. A person with Down syndrome, may it be a child, a teen, or young adult, how we can do that? So we can have road shows. We did here in Ahmedabad, flash mob. They all enjoy. The youth will enjoy, and of course the person with Down syndrome will enjoy the most. So we can have road shows, flash mob, marathon, cyclathon, buddy program, been mentioned by Professor Jayanti. Then we did no plastic drive. We did clean city drive. We did green city drive, and they were so happy. They were so happy cleaning the city. They were so happy cleaning the bank of the river, and save river, plant a tree and water a tree. So they were given a responsibility of a tree, that this tree you have to water regularly and see the growth of the tree. So there are so many places, so many programs where we can involve youth, and we can create awareness, and thereby we can create an inclusive society. I have mentioned many, and you can have your own. We can celebrate a specific day together, like Independence Day, like Yoga Day, and this will create so inclusive, celebrating, involving them. So we can create a lot of awareness, and youth can play tremendous, youth can give in abundance, right? Then social workers, I mentioned one pillar, and I mentioned social workers, NGOs, and parent support group. So there is no specific role where they can't help. So social workers, NGOs, and parent support group remain the constant factors at each stage, starting from the birth, right? Then at 12 to 14, as a preparation of vocational training, life skill training programs should be started. Rehabilitation centers and vocational training centers need to reach to the parents. Again, I'm mentioning Professor Jayanti's words, that the resources, we should make them easily accessible to the parents. Unless they know, they won't be able to take the advantages of whatever we are doing. So resources should be made accessible to the parents, and regardless of the choice of the vocation, बच्चा क्या पसंद करता है, क्या करना चाहता है, उससे पहले जो मस्ट है, जो लाइफ स्किल ट्रेनिंग जो है, कि लाइफ स्किल ट्रेनिंग मीन्स क्या, कि मनी की ट्रांजैक्शन समझना, ट्रैवल, सपोज उसको ट्रैवल करना है जॉब के लिए, तो whether the child would be able to travel alone or not, टाइम मैनेजमेंट, टाइम प्लानिंग, सेफ्टी, कैसे खुद को सेफ रखना है, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, कहाँ पे किससे कैसे बात करनी है, वर्क प्लेस पे कैसे बात करनी है, फोन पे कैसे बात करनी है, when you are traveling, how you can communicate, when you are with stranger, how. So these all crisis management, workplace etiquettes, basic computer skills, sending emails, receiving emails, and so many things. So these are the basic skills. The institute, the rehabilitation centers, the vocational training centers, they should, regardless of the choice of vocation, these are the things to be taught. And the young adult, the teenager or young adult with Down syndrome should be equipped. उसको एकदम मजबूत बनाना है, उसको आना चाहिए, उसको टाइम समझना चाहिए, उसको मनी ट्रांजैक्शन समझना चाहिए, वो ट्रैवल अलोन करना चाहिए, अपनी खुद की सेफ्टी रखना चाहिए, कैसे बातचीत करनी है वो उसको आना चाहिए, वर्क प्लेस की एटिकेट्स उसको मालूम होनी चाहिए, फॉलोइंग रूल्स क्या होता है वो आना चाहिए, ठीक से सुन के वो फॉलो करना, ये सारी जो स्किल्स है वो वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग से पहले आनी चाहिए. Then and then the child is, or your teenager or young adult is ready to go for any kind of vocational training program, right? So now what kind of vocation you can select for a teenager or a young adult with Down syndrome? So persons with Down syndrome can do better as an assistant to teacher. If you have seen the video, the hospital assistant, the girl played the role of hospital. She spoke that I am an assistant to hospital. She is my daughter. So they do better as an assistant to teacher, assistant to yoga instructor, assistant to event manager, assistant to a librarian. They do very well clerical job because they enjoy monotonous fixed task. So they do clerical jobs very nicely. They can be a receptionist. Any job that involves a repetitive monotonous task, they can do very well. They can work in packaging units as pet trainer, gardening, as can be self-employed, as bakers, maybe masala, preparing masalas or spice powder, dehydrated food business, cold press oil business. Nowadays, the health conscious people, they are using cold press oil, and it is very easy to extract oil. So cold press oil business, assistant to a professional photographer, they can serve very well as salesman or sales girl at supermarkets. They can have food court. They can be very good storekeepers. They can do data entry. Assistant to hospital management, assistant to hotel management, in all sectors. We have seen Lemon Tree, they are training, and persons with Down syndrome are doing amazing as far as hotel management, because we have the proof in front of us. So as a group, they can work as movers and packers. We can give employment as a group, and they can work very well as movers and packers. They are very punctual, very meticulous, so they can pack things very well. Glass and car cleaning, they can, as a group, they can work as a team of car and glass cleaners, can run a canteen together, and can be a caterers. So there are so many, and these are products came from here. You people can think and can add a number of things to this, right? While training them for vocation, what are the points to be kept in mind? I have mentioned few points to be kept in mind. The productivity. So the whatever vocation they choose, it should be productive. It should not happen that the person is putting efforts for 6 to 8 hours, and he is, by the end of the day, he is getting maybe 20 rupees, 50 rupees or 100 rupees, which is not even sufficient to get vegetables for a month. So it should be productive. Then the travel. We should consider the distance and modes and time taken to travel. Then safety. Suppose plumbing. But it is not safe to go somebody else's place and do that. You don't know the people over there. So safety. Then dependency. Whatever vocation you choose, it should not be dependent. I should not reach to people and call them, please come by. It should be in demand. So it should not be much dependent. It should be in demand, and you should consider the working hours, right? So these are few points we need to keep in mind while choosing the vocation. Now, employment options should be provided by Government of India and private sectors. So we are coming to the employment aspect. And as we did with polio, I have posted many times to various stakeholders and bureaucrats that the way we did with polio, दो बूंद जिंदगी के, and सबको माने बाय हार्ट हो गया, माने कहीं पे भी वैसे भी कहीं पे ड्रॉप दिखेगा, हमारे दिमाग में आएगा दो बूंद जिंदगी के. So that way we can go ahead that similar way हम होर्डिंग्स रख सकते हैं, हम स्मॉल डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज बना सकते हैं, एंड विच कैन बी प्लेड, माने थिएटर में प्ले कर सकते हैं, कॉमर्शियल ब्रेक टीवी के, और छोटी छोटी बनानी है सो दैट माने लोग उठ के चले ना जाए, वेरी स्मॉल क्रिस्प एप्ट डॉक्यूमेंट्रीज बना के हम प्ले कर सकते हैं, हम होर्डिंग रख सकते हैं. Then Government of India should come out with information leaflets in regional languages, and it should be available at all the healthcare centers, government and private. And as Dr. Srivastava rightly said, people like us should plan and attend more and more of such sessions. It is very important aspect. Those who are already sensitized towards the cause, those who already want to help this sector should do more and more workshop. We should conduct ourselves, and we should attend if it is going somewhere else. So then one more slide I would like to share. One more slide I would like to share, and it is about this. We have already seen this. This is the problem, that anyhow parents manage either by the help of a regular school, or by special educator, or private tuitions, or sending them to special schools, or sending them to some hobby classes. Anyhow parents manage till the child enters his or her teens, maybe till 16, 17 or 18 years, parents anyhow manage. Then once the schooling is over, once the child is no more able to cope with the syllabus, once the school can't help the teenager anymore, now there is a big gap. And what are the result? There is a big gap, and because the person with Down syndrome cannot cope with the syllabus, what happens? This is very scary. Depression. And the percentage of persons with Down syndrome going into depression is quite high than the typical population. So because they have no peers, no friend circle, no social circle, nothing to do, they are not exposed to the contemporary happenings, they know very little about what is happening in their environment. Gradually they withdraw themselves and they slip into depression. So we can't let them go into depression. So here I would, and so we all together need to strengthen ourselves, need to add more pillars so the inverse triangle gets stabilized. And I would conclude my session by going through the hierarchy, all the points which I mentioned, and I will repeat all the points in Hindi. As I said, जैसे मैंने बताया, बर्थ पे रहता है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी किसकी रहती है? तो रहती है पेरेंट्स, पेरेंट काउंसलिंग, पेरेंट कनेक्ट, द डॉक्टर कैन कनेक्ट पेरेंट्स, डॉक्टर पेरेंट को दूसरे पेरेंट से कनेक्ट करवा सकता है, एंड मेडिकल चेकलिस्ट. फिर विद इन फ्यू मंथ बच्चे को अर्ली इंटरवेंशन प्रोग्राम शुरू करना है जो करीब 5 साल तक चलेगा. एंड गवर्नमेंट यहाँ पे, क्योंकि डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज में ये सारी चीजों की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी गवर्नमेंट देती है, इट्स नेशंस रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी. तो यहाँ पे हमारे यहाँ पैसे माने मॉनिटरीली बहुत बर्डन होता है, बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स को ये थेरेपीज गो थ्रू करना, बहुत मॉनिटरी बर्डन बहुत ज्यादा रहता है. सो वी कैन रिक्वेस्ट गवर्नमेंट टू इंटरवीन हियर. यहाँ पे गवर्नमेंट एंटर हो और कुछ ऐसा सेटअप करे कि ये सर्विसेज फ्री या तो फिर मिनिमल कॉस्ट पे मिले. देन कम्स स्कूल. तो नहीं, फिर अर्ली चाइल्डहुड में पर्सनलाइज हेल्थ केयर प्रोग्राम, वो भी डेवलप्ड कंट्री में नेशन की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रहती है। यहाँ पे भी गवर्नमेंट जो वैक्सीनेशन शेड्यूल ये वगैरह तो हमें फ्री मिलता है, लेकिन उनको हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस नहीं मिलता है। तो यहाँ पे आई रिक्वेस्ट whosoever are present here who can help in this point कि हेल्थ सेक्टर माने गवर्नमेंट शुड टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ हेल्थ केयर, माने उनकी हेल्थ की जो भी जरूरत रहती है हेल्थ रिलेटेड, उसमें गवर्नमेंट को रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी लेनी चाहिए। देन कम्स द IEP, इंडिविजुअल एजुकेशन प्लान विद द हेल्प ऑफ स्पेशल एजुकेटर को, काउंसलर को, टीचर को, और कीपिंग द पेरेंट को भी लूप में रख के बच्चे का एक इंडिविजुअल एजुकेशन प्लान बनना चाहिए। फिर वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग एंड उसकी प्रेपरेशन, लाइफ स्किल ट्रेनिंग की प्रेपरेशन करवानी चाहिए। एंड देयर शुड नॉट बी अ गैप बिटवीन स्कूल्स एंड वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम। यहाँ पे गैप बिल्कुल भी नहीं होनी चाहिए, बिकॉज दिस गैप इज वेरी डेंजरस, this gap is very dangerous. So we all need to try and fill this gap. And मैंने already बताया है कि youth, social workers, NGOs, बहुत सारे लोग ये गैप को फिल करने में हेल्प कर सकते हैं by creating awareness, by having inclusive programs, and by having so many inclusive things. Then there should be a professional. This is also very tender junction. There should be a professional emotional and behavior therapist to handle the pubertal changes. जब बच्चा puberty में, teenage में enter होता है, तो the irony is कि वैसे they are slow learners and they are a bit behind. लेकिन जो internal organs हैं, जो hormonal ये जो function है, they are at par with the typical children, typical teens of same age. तो जो उनको होता है वो इनको होता है, तो ये हैंडल करना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। तो तब पेरेंट्स को खुद समझना है, पेरेंट्स को कंडीसिव एनवायरनमेंट प्रोवाइड करना है, और यहाँ पे प्रोफेशनल्स को, प्रोफेशनल काउंसलर्स को एंटर होना है। सो देन स्किल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम जैसे हमने बात की, देन एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी ऑप्शंस, एंड द लास्ट 2 parts आई हैव नॉट टोल्ड। सो अच्छा हुआ मैंने ये लास्ट में ये स्लाइड शेयर की, वरना ये रह जाता। सो सब्सिडीज, लोन्स, short training programs for those who want to be self-employed. Suppose किसी को बेकरी चालू करनी है, तो उसके लिए थोड़ा short training program. Likewise, pet trainer होना है तो उसके लिए short training program. Gardening का अपने पे चालू करना है तो short program, short training course for gardening. Like ये कर सकते हैं, and provide a platform to market their products. So I think here I have completed what I wanted to share with all of you, and I hope I made it clear as far as possible. मैंने clear किया है कि क्या सिनेरियो है, हमारा रोल क्या है, और जो ऑलरेडी करते हैं उनको दूसरों को बुला के पिलर बना के रखना है. So that's all what I wanted to say and share, and thank you very much once again.
Thank you, ma'am. You have touched all the areas of the lifespan of from birth to vocationalization and to mental health to educational, everything you have touched. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nina. You highlighted the need to incorporate creative arts, playway methods to train children with Down syndrome, along with key aspects which all professionals, students, and administrators must be aware about. You also highlighted the need for sensitizing and involving parents through their involvement in celebration of certain days, guidance, counseling, the need for training in key areas like life skills, crisis management, traveling, following rules at the workplace as a part of vocational training. Your points were well emphasized in both small and big trades, thereby providing them equal opportunities. You also stressed the role of government intervention in required areas. It was a highly informative session, madam. Thank you so much for guiding and inspiring our participants. Dear participants, we are on time for the lunch break. So as per the shared schedule, the lunch break starts from 1:30 and it lasts up to 2:30. So you have a good 1 hour to enjoy a hearty meal. Definitely it will give you time to digest the enriching information that you have received from all our panelists during the morning session. In the afternoon or post-lunch session, you will be having a very informative panel discussion on a very crucial theme, highly relevant to this 2-day conference. You will be joined by eminent experts. So we all look forward to having you here sharp at 2:30. Either you can be logged in throughout, or if you are logging out because of any internet issue, kindly log in max by 2:15. Before we break for the lunch, quick instructions for the CRE and the non-CRE participants. For all the CRE participants, it is essential that you are attending all the sessions. Attendance is being automatically recorded on the Zoom platform. The link for your evaluation forms will be shared at the end of today's panel discussion. I repeat, the link for the evaluation will be shared in the chat box at the end of the panel discussion. So please stay tuned in to the chat box as well as the WhatsApp group to receive the link for the evaluation. For the non-CRE participants, an evaluation form will be, a feedback form will be shared at the end of today's panel discussion. This feedback form is common for both CRE and non-CRE participants. However, please note the evaluation form is only for the CRE participants as per the rules of RCI. So stay tuned in and have a very happy learning and a happy lunch. Thank you.
Yes. Oh, so nice.
Ma'am is connected since morning with us.
Yeah, it's very nice to see all of you and get all your knowledge. It's sharing.
Thank you so much for accepting our request.
Thank you. It is a privilege to be on. I mean, invited for a panelist. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I must thank APDSF. They have provided us all worthy resource persons.
Yeah. Actually, I'm the Vice President of Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation also, representing Nepal.
Okay. Okay. That's very good, ma'am.
So that's how we get connected, like these webinars and all, they are a way out to get to each other.
Yes. And this situation is really the opportunity behind the challenges. Like we are getting connected throughout the world,
yes,
across the country, and which I don't think we could have done in face-to-face mode.
Yeah.
We could have done.
Some
situations difficult.
Yeah, yeah. And the topic which you have brought out, this is very pertinent topic because our children are just behind the scene.
Behind the scene, yes, yes, yes. And that we have also chosen the panelists in that way only, like they are from the different facet of the different stakeholders from different facets.
Yeah.
And so that because Amity believes in outcome. So I have to write the roadmap out of this, that what are we are suggesting for the best practices.
And that we can also follow.
Yes, yes. For the skill development and avenues. There also you have employment avenues in Kathmandu?
Well, not so much. It's very scarce. People don't accept our children because they think they're useless. They cannot do anything. So the mindset is really bad.
Yeah.
Because my child, he is also a child with Down syndrome. He's now 32 years. And he was doing a job. He did it for 3 years as a front desk support person in a lab, in a small lab. and he was doing well, but due to this COVID situation, and also because of the threat that he also might undergo accident, which his father did before the COVID started, and he passed off. So I said no going in buses, and also he stopped working now.
How about the entrepreneurship avenues in Kathmandu? Any social entrepreneurship or any?
Well, there are different social entrepreneurs, but they also have a negative attitude towards our population.
Really, thank you for accepting and sparing your time, valuable time.
I am privileged to come to this webinar.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You school से आ गए इतना जल्दी? तुम बोल रहे थे लेट होगा?
मैम जल्दी बुलाया.
Ah, very good, Sahil. You are perfectly all right. We can hear you. We can see you also.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good. That's good.
Welcome, Sahil. Welcome to Amity.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
How? I have just sent a message to Alok, and Alok said from here, good afternoon. I have sent a message to you, and you have sent a good afternoon. So Alok was telling up dil se bulaye ho. Thank you so much. You see that just now that message must have been popped up in your WhatsApp.
Yes. I had some issues connecting. It just said site is not reachable, but now luckily got connected.
You said you have to leave by 4 o'clock.
Yes, 4:10 latest, ma'am. I have a board meeting.
That by the time we will complete it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Thanks.
Hi Shahil, Namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chitra ma'am. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir. Namaste. Hi, Sahil. How are you?
Fine, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
How are you, Pujo?
How are you, ma'am?
I'm good. I'm good. Good to see you, huh? I'm waiting to hear from you.
Ma'am, it is sharp 2:30. May we begin the session? No?
You can start.
Okay, sure.
All the panelists have
A
come.
very good afternoon.
Participants have joined, na?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you can
Participants are joining.
You
Yes,
start.
sure. Yes. Thank you, ma'am. A very good afternoon to all the dear participants. Welcome back after the hearty lunch break. Now we are all assembled here for the most important session of the day, that is the panel discussion, which sees a galaxy of very eminent professionals joined with us today to deliberate on this important topic of best practices, skill development, and employment avenues for persons with Down syndrome. I now invite Ms. Shaina, faculty, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to kindly take this panel discussion forward and let our participants learn and enrich themselves with the important deliberations which happen on this panel. Over to you, Ms. Shaina.
Thank you, ma'am. I now humbly request Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, Amity Institute of Rehabilitation Sciences, to virtually present the Tulsi sapling to our first panelist, Dr. Alok Kumar Bhuvan.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, AIRS, shall be virtually presenting the Tulsi sapling to our second panelist, Ms. Chitra Shah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, AIRS, will be now virtually presenting the Tulsi sapling to our third panelist, Ms. Dr. Retired Brigadier General Lalita Joshi. Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director, AIRS, will also be virtually presenting the Tulsi sapling to our fourth panelist, Mr. Sahil Singh.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
It is now my pleasure to introduce you all to our esteemed panelists for our panel discussion today. As our first panelist, we have Dr. Alok Kumar Bhuvan, Managing Secretary, Mano Vikas Charitable Society, Delhi. Sir has a vast experience of working in the rehabilitation sector, which spans more than 2 decades. And with the initiation of Mano Vikas, working for the rehabilitation of the intellectually delayed. In this period, his focus on vocational training got honed by his selection for training in Japan under the exchange program on vocational rehabilitation and employment of persons with disabilities. And on return, he started similar work here. The endeavor has received recognition by IGNOU and CBSE. Furthermore, through systematic media exposure, he has established corporate and industry links to ensure that the trained students were placed in suitable jobs. His efforts have been recognized by Delhi Commission for Protection of Child Rights. He has received the Spandan Award from National Trust under Department of Disability Division, Government of India, in the Best Professional category, working in the field of intellectual disability. Mano Vikas has also been selected by the jury as among the best projects in the country and has been conferred the Skok Order of Merit in 2014 for contribution in the field of empowering disabled by Healthy Universe Foundation. He is regularly contributing as a skilled knowledge provider for differentially abled students and has several prestigious awards to his credit. We welcome you, sir, and we are honored to have you with us.
Thank you, thank you.
As our second panelist, we have Ms. Chitra Shah, Founder and Director of Satya Special School, Puducherry, India. Ms. Shah is a renowned personality in the field of disability rehabilitation and is the founder and director of Satya Special School, the largest rehabilitation program for children with special needs in Puducherry, India. She also serves as the chairperson of Indian Women Network, CII, Puducherry, member of State Advisory Council for RTE, and NGO representative for numerous social welfare programs. Ma'am holds a master's degree in social work, gold medalist from Madras School of Social Work, and a BSc degree in nutrition and dietetics from Madras University. She is the recipient of several prestigious awards, such as the COVID Warriors 2020 Puduvai Shakti Award for contribution to welfare of special needs by Women Task Force 2018, Mother Teresa Award for Humanity and Service 2018, and Spandan Social Creative Award 2017. She also has numerous research papers and publications to her credit. We welcome you, ma'am, and are indeed grateful to have you with us. As our third panelist, we have Ms. Dr. Retired Brigadier General Lalita Joshi, Senior Consultant Obstetrician.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Senior Consultant Obstetrician and Gynecologist, Everest Hospital, Kathmandu. Founder, DSAN and DSSHA, Nepal. and parent of Ashish Joshi, self-advocate Down syndrome. She is working as a senior consultant, obstetrician, and gynecologist in the Everest Hospital, Kathmandu. She is also the founder of DSAN and DSSHA, Nepal. She is the proud parent of Mr. Ashish Joshi, a 32-year-old with Down syndrome. Ashish is a self-advocate who went to mainstream school and passed the 10th grade. He has been awarded as Outstanding Self-Advocate 2018 by APDSF DSI Ambassador for Nepal. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am, and we heartily welcome you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaina.
Thank you, ma'am. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Sahil Singh, self-advocate, DSF India. It is my pleasure to introduce Mr. Sahil Singh, self-advocate, DSF India. Mr. Sahil has acted as a speaker at the World Down Syndrome Day 2020, which was held in Geneva as part of the 23rd session of the UN Committee on the Rights of Persons with Disability. Mr. Sahil has been actively and articulately participating in various forums, such as the World Down Syndrome Congress held in Chennai, India. He is a member of the Athlete Leadership University program held in New Delhi in 2019 and has participated in the National Youth Summit 2019, youth activation held in Delhi in January 2020. He has also served as the MC at the 3rd India International Down Syndrome Conference in Chandigarh in September 2019. He studied at the Study Hall and Integrated School and joined Special Olympics Bharat in 2005. He cleared his grade 12 from National Institute of Open Schooling in April 2019 with 83% marks. He's a trendsetter and an achiever who is a source of inspiration for all his peers. We warmly welcome you, sir, and we are truly delighted to have you with us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaina, for introducing our enriched and esteemed panelists to the participants. Now is the time to invite the moderator of today's session, that is Professor Dr. Jayanti Pujari, Director and Dean, Rehabilitation Sciences, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. About Madam, Professor Dr. Jayanti has held distinct positions in the field of education and has served the underprivileged strata of the society with reference to children with special needs. She has major responsibilities that include academic and administrative leadership, nurturing innovations, and inspiring faculty and students to engage in cutting-edge research and innovations of vital social value. She is a certified rehabilitation professional as well as expert member of the Rehabilitation Council of India. She holds positions in distinct panels of expertise and is a member of various professional committees. We have Madam amidst us, and I would request Madam to kindly take the session forward. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Sampurna and Saina, for excellent introduction about our esteemed and worthy panelists. Today is a very important panel. This is the very important panel discussion. The theme of this international conference, that is the best practices, skill development, employment avenues for persons with Down syndrome. Economic rehabilitation is the ultimate rehabilitation of anybody, anyone. जो भी है, first initially they should have the financial rehabilitation, economic rehabilitation of our persons with Down syndrome is very much required. And if I see the vocational training and employment of the last 30 years, when I go back and see this for persons with Down syndrome, there were vocational training in the non-traditional and traditional trades. Very few non-traditional trades used to be there and traditional trades. And there used to be a stagnation, bookbinding, candle making, and they years together, they will go on getting training because there are lack of social attitude. The people never used to, even as a professionals also, we didn't have that much faith that our student will go and work in a inclusive setting. There will be maybe 1 or 2% children, adults who got trained and they they were able to possess a remunerative job. And sustenance of that job also is another question mark. But now things have changed. Now, since last 2 decades, the progressive legislation has made many possibilities, and the viewpoints of the stakeholders, viewpoint of the public, viewpoint of the community has changed radically. So there are many opportunities available for children and adults with Down syndrome for a remunerative job, skill development and employment, but with the right support, right kind of support, right kind of training, and very important is sustaining the employment is very important. Getting an employment is not important, but sustaining the employment for the person is very, very important. And to discuss these issues, we have with us very worthy panelists and a diverse group of people who are our esteemed stakeholders of this disability rehabilitation. And there are Dr. Alok, who in metro cities who establish and who facilitate all employment for the persons with Down syndrome. Ms. Chitra, who works in union territories as well as CBR. She has a lot of work in the rural areas to empower the persons with Down syndrome. And then, of course, we have our parent and very eminent doctor, and who has an adult son and who will be discussing with us that what are the mother's perspective. And also we have a very, very important person, Sahil. Sahil, जो कि सेल्फ एडवोकेट है, अपने आप में वो एक हिस्ट्री है, and we welcome all the panelists. Before I go for the question answer session, I would request each panelist to give their view about the theme of best practices. What are the best practices according to them? Skill development and employment avenues for persons with Down syndrome. And to start with, I would request Dr. Alok Kumar Bhuvan, Managing Secretary, Manovikas Charitable Society, very creative, very innovative, and always who thinks out of the box 10 years ahead. Dr. Alok, I would like to request you to give your thought on the theme of the panel discussion. Over to you, Dr. Alok. Please unmute, Dr. Alok.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I congratulate Amit University for holding this international conference. And this is moreover, it is on the best practices in the terms of education and services for the persons with Down syndrome. And you have also included in your main topic that independent living. So the goal of everything, every education and every economic activity is the independent living. So thank you for inviting me, and I would like to say that thanks to Professor Dr. Janti Pujari ma'am, Dean of AIRS. Thank you very much, ma'am, always blessing me, and your blessings always matters for us. And thank you to AIRS team, including Saina, so for the good introduction. I know that is maybe the little old one, but anyhow, you have explored a lot. And thank you, Sampurna ji, and thank you everyone. And I would like to say again, congratulate our another members, the Chitra ma'am and Brigadier General Lalita Joshi madam and Sahil Singh. I start with something which is I just to remind you that as Dr. Janti Pujari ma'am has said, that we had the sheltered workshop and so many things, and we have seen that how the
Alok, just to interrupt, हम अभी ना ये ऑडियंस से रिक्वेस्ट आ रहा है, हम हिंदी में बोलेंगे.
Okay, no issue. I'm comfortable with both. Any language.
Actually वो इंग्लिश में आ जाता है. पहले मॉर्निंग सेशन भी हम सोचे थे कि बाइलिंगुअल करेंगे, बट नहीं हुआ. बट फिर I thank the audience that somebody has reminded. हम बाइलिंगुअल करेंगे. Okay.
ठीक
Sorry to
ठीक है,
interrupt.
I'll manage.
Yes.
मैं मैनेज करता हूँ. सो पहले अगर पुराने जमाने में देखें तो और पुराने जमाने से अभी तक देखें, सो हाउ द एवरीथिंग हैज चेंज. तो पहले हम लोग चैरिटी मॉडल या मेडिकल मॉडल या सोशल मॉडल इसमें देख रहे थे. देन वी हैव सीन द लॉट ऑफ चेंजेस, लॉट ऑफ प्रोग्रेसिव चेंजेस. आई कैन से एवरीथिंग इज इवॉल्व, एवरीथिंग डेवलप्स. और वो जो डेवलपमेंट होता है, जो इवॉल्व होता है, दैट goes to the paradigm shift, how our attitudinal change goes in the around the society, how the people think. जैसे कि अभी अभी आप लोगों ने कहा कि अब हिंदी अंग्रेजी दोनों में होना चाहिए, तो आप जब जैसे ही आपने रिमाइंड कराया, सो नाउ द एवरीथिंग हैज चेंज, द शिफ्ट हैज चेंज, कि हम हिंदी में भी बोल रहे हैं, अंग्रेजी में भी बोल रहे हैं. इसी तरह से अगर पूरी सोसाइटी में देखें तो जब जब पेरेंट्स ने, जब जब पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी देमसेल्फ, दे हैव रिमाइंडेड अस कि नहीं, हमें ये चीज चाहिए, तभी वो चीज बदला है. और at this current moment, at this present moment, I can say the very good trending word is coming, the diversity. So we need to understand that word, and diversity is something, is the fact that it contains maybe the different elements. इसमें जो है diversity क्या है, एक वास्तविकता है, और इसमें बहुत सारे चीज को हमें समझना पड़ेगा, बहुत सारी चीजों को हमें एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा. सो मे बी द डाइवर्सिटी, विविधता जिसको कहते हैं, मे बी द एबिलिटी में विविधता हो सकता है. दैट आई कैन से इफ देयर आर 3 पर्सन्स विद डाउन सिंड्रोम एट ए टाइम, तो तीनों के एबिलिटी में विविधता हो सकता है. एक स्पोर्ट्स में बहुत अच्छा हो सकता है, एक that one person, he is very good friend of mine, and he is the writer of the medical books, and he is the person with Down syndrome. And one I have seen that during the Down syndrome day, Sahil was also there in my conference. We had the 6 persons. One was the dancer, one was the painter, one was the another thing. So if we think the learning diversity, so how they have learned, maybe they have learned through the different, the ways, different, their family background is diversified. So while we think about the diversity, while we talk about the any topic or anything, so we have to keep in our mind that how we introduce the choices and diversity into that system to develop that person. कि हमने कैसे इन सारे डाइवर्सिटी को ध्यान में रखते हुए उस व्यक्ति का कैसे हमने पसंद दिया, कैसे वो व्यक्ति आगे अपने जीवन में बढ़ा. तो ये चीज अगर हम समझते हैं, then we can deliberate the system of inclusiveness or inclusion. जब तक हम ये डाइवर्सिटी को नहीं समझेंगे, और अब जब हम इंक्लूजन के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, तो आने वाला समय जो है, this is not only for the inclusion of persons with disability. So we have to think the inclusion of the poor person, inclusion of the person of on the basis of the gender, on the basis of race, on the basis of religion. हम हर चीज में इंक्लूजन सोचेंगे. तो जब हम इंक्लूसिव क्लासरूम या इंक्लूसिव वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग, इंक्लूसिव स्किल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में बात करें, डोंट थिंक in only the persons with disability, or even don't segregate the persons with intellectual disability, persons with autism has different things, persons with the visual impairment has different things. Don't make any segregation. So think in the diversity, in the terms of diversity. तो जब आप एक enabling लर्नर्स के बारे में बात करते हैं, तो आप उस डाइवर्सिटी में कैसे कैसे क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी देंगे, वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड हियर टुडे आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू there is a lot of opportunities available. Opportunity की कोई कमी नहीं है. So if you we may have this is the international participants, we may have the local participants, we have the national participants. आप हर जगह से हैं, हर लोगों को हर जगह पर, हर राष्ट्र में, हर देश में, हर गांव में, वहां पर उसको अपॉर्चुनिटी है. अपॉर्चुनिटी की कमी नहीं. अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलता कहां से है, वो मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा. जो अपॉर्चुनिटी है, इफ यू थिंक अबाउट द यूएन्स यूनाइटेड नेशंस के सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल SDG 4, that has very much referred the need to ensure the equal access to all level of the education and vocational training. Means हम बात करते हैं कि 2030 तक आते आते एक ऐसा लर्निंग, इफेक्टिव लर्निंग इन्वायरमेंट क्रिएट हो जाएगा कि चाहे वो प्राइमरी एजुकेशन हो, चाहे सेकेंडरी हो, चाहे कॉलेज हो, चाहे स्किल में हो, हर जगह हम इंक्लूजन की बात कर लेंगे. एंड टुडे आई वाज सीइंग वन डेटा. तो around the world, what happens? About 56% the teachers are employed in the primary education. And if you go in the tertiary level, in the higher education and skill development and college level, the only 7% teachers are employed to cater the needs of persons with disability. तो जहां पर अभी जैसे मैडम पुजारी ने कहा कि हमें स्किल डेवलपमेंट या वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग का अल्टीमेट गोल है कि लाइफ में जो पाना है, जो इकोनॉमिक इंडिपेंडेंस पाना है, वहां पर इन्वेस्टमेंट कम है. So if you feel if you feel there is some lack, you can indicate it. You can just explore it. कि SDG में हम बात कर सकते हैं, जो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया जहां SDG के बारे में बात कर रहा है, वहां पर हम कह सकते हैं यूनिवर्सिटी में भी हमें चाहिए, स्किल डेवलपमेंट में भी हमें बहुत सारे रिसोर्सेज चाहिए जब हम बात करते हो पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी के एम्प्लॉयमेंट के बारे में या स्किल डेवलपमेंट के बारे में. And madam, I would like to mention you here in our Rights of Persons with Disability Act. If you go in the section 16 and then number 4, it is very specially mentioned in our act that provide necessary support, individualized or otherwise, in environments that maximize academic and social development consistent with the goal of full inclusion. पूरी तरह से लिखा हुआ है कि फुल इंक्लूजन की बात हो. और जो आज का टॉपिक है और सेक्शन 19C जो आरपीडी एक्ट का है, वो कहता है एक्सक्लूसिव स्किल ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम्स फॉर पर्सन्स विद डिसेबिलिटी विद एक्टिव लिंक्स विद द मार्केट एंड कॉमा फॉर दोज विद द डेवलपमेंटल, इंटेलेक्चुअल, मल्टीपल डिसेबिलिटीज एंड ऑटिज्म. हमारे संविधान में ये पूरा हक दिया हुआ है एंड पर्सन विद डाउन सिंड्रोम एंड ऑटिज्म एंड इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी के बारे में लिखा हुआ है कि हम पूरी तरह से स्किल ट्रेनिंग का व्यवस्था करेंगे और सबको हम रोजगार देंगे. तो अगर हम कानूनी बात करते हैं तो हमारे पास पूरा अधिकार है, हम बात कर सकते हैं, पूरी तरह से लड़ सकते हैं, पूरी तरह से उस चीज को ले सकते हैं. और जो एक गोल है पूरे राष्ट्र का, पूरे विश्व का जो गोल है कि कोई पीछे ना रहे, एक अच्छा से हम रीजनेबल अकोमोडेशन दे सकते हैं, इंडिविजुअल सपोर्ट दे सकते हैं, हम इंश्योर कर सकते हैं. एंड देन वन मोर थिंग व्हिच आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू हियर, this is the if you want, because I'm not talking, because if you want to explore about my work and my activities, you can explore it on the Google. But if you can want to think in the future perspective, if you want, everyone is here to have a goal, should have a goal कि हमको आगे करना क्या है. अगर आप किसी भी व्यक्ति के साथ काम कर रहे हैं तो आप ये देखो कि आपका जो NEP है, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी है, ये एक बहुत बड़ा आप सभी के लिए हथियार है. It will give you the very systematic, the synchronization of foundation of learning from early childhood care. Then you can go for the foundation of literacy and numeracy. हमारे जो बच्चे खास करके जो IDD वाले, इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटी एंड डाउन सिंड्रोम में जो लिटरेसी और न्यूमेरिकेसी का जो दिक्कत है, फंक्शनल स्किल्स का दिक्कत है, रीडिंग राइटिंग अर्थमेटिक का दिक्कत है, वो हम पूरी तरह से पूरे अधिकार के साथ, पूरे सिस्टम के साथ हम फुलफिल कर सकते हैं. हम एक अच्छे करिकुलम पेडागोजी के साथ अगर हम उनको पढ़ाएं, जो उनका सिस्टम है, उनको हायर एजुकेशन तक, स्किल डेवलपमेंट तक ला सकते हैं. सो लाना, ले जाना, कहाँ तक पहुंचाना है, मुझे लगता है कि नाउ मोर देन 26 years of my career in this sector, I have seen there is no lack in anywhere. तो हम अगर देखें तो पूरा सिस्टम है और उस सिस्टम को हम कैसे यूज करते हैं, इस सिस्टम के लिए आप लोग यहाँ पर हैं. एंड देन NSQF है, नेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशन फ्रेमवर्क है, जो मनोविकास, जस्ट आई विल गिव यू द one example so that you will have the very clear cut picture. In 2000 we started, 97 we started. From 2000 onward, Manovikas started doing the inclusion. those days there was no written document or there was no law of inclusion. हम अपने बच्चे को ट्रेन करते थे अपने स्कूल में और उसको मेन स्ट्रीम स्कूल में दाखिला दिला देते थे और बड़े आराम से जा रहा था सब कुछ। लेकिन जब बच्चों की संख्या ज्यादा हो गई हमारे स्कूल में दाखिला लेने वाले की, then we have started the advocacy with the government, and it took 9 years to us कि जो RTE आया, राइट टू एजुकेशन एक्ट आया, उसमें डिसेबिलिटी कंपोनेंट्स डालने में। और मैं आपको यहाँ पर बताऊं कि जब हम लोग ये खिलाफत कर लिए तो इन 2010 one day I was thinking in my office कि ये अगरबत्ती, कैंडल, ब्रूम्स, डस्टर्स बना के हमारे बच्चे का जीवन क्या होगा, इससे तो कुछ फायदा हो नहीं रहा। एंड व्हाट हैपेंड, वो फायदा इट गोज टू द इंस्टीट्यूशंस। वेल I'm not saying anything wrong कि ये चीज नहीं होना चाहिए, कहीं ना कहीं किसी को तो फायदा हो रहा है, लेकिन इन जनरल इफ आई वाज थिंकिंग अबाउट द लार्ज थिंग, तो मेरे एक डोनर हैं, तो मैंने उनको कहा कि मैडम आई वाज नॉट थिंकिंग अबाउट नॉट स्लीपिंग, मैं 2-3 दिन से सो नहीं पा रहा हूँ कि मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि हमारे बच्चे का आखिर आगे क्या होगा। तो वो बोली कि ठीक है तुम कुछ भी करो, दैट आई विल सपोर्ट यू। एंड in 1 month I made the mini management course in hospitality, in retail, and so many things. Maybe I have kept the name the management course, and I went to the many university, and so many university, more than 20 universities. And sabhi ne kaha ki no, don't ask for the mentally challenged persons. They can't go to the college. They can't do anything. And fortunately, I got the opportunity with the IGNOU, and we started the first community college in 2010 for the persons with intellectual and developmental disability. And our first batch was completed in 2013. And we had the, the convocation of 36 candidates, 36 students. And during the convocation, we said, in our law, it was the 95 Act, there was no reservation for the persons with intellectual and developmental disability. And we lobbied for that. Why not we should have the 1% for our intellectual and developmental disability? And then fortunately, the government has accepted. And when we started, मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि जब हम ये कोर्स स्टार्ट किए थे, तो मुझे अपने ही सेक्टर में लोग कहते थे कि तुम गुमराह कर रहे हो। बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स कहते थे कि क्या ये कॉलेज में क्यों पढ़ेंगे, कैसे यूनिवर्सिटी की डिग्री इनको मिलेगा, इनको तो 8th क्लास का कोई सर्टिफिकेट ही नहीं है, 5 क्लास तो पास ही नहीं किया, तुम यूनिवर्सिटी की बात करते। And while the NSQF was developed, National Skill Qualification Framework was developed in the government, and then you will be remember कि मैं गया अपना प्रपोजल लेके कि हमारे पर्सन्स विद इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटी को भी एक कोई रास्ता दे दो। एंड देन I think that government, all the governments are good. Those days, that the team, they said कि okay, you bring something innovative that कि वो आपका इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटी वाले लोग उसमें आ जाए। NSQF फ्रेमवर्क जो है एक स्किल क्वालिफिकेशन का फ्रेमवर्क है, उसमें एंट्री करने के लिए मिनिमम 8th क्लास पास होना चाहिए। एंड द मैक्सिमम पर्सन्स विद इंटेलेक्चुअल एंड डेवलपमेंटल डिसेबिलिटी, दे डोंट हैव द 8th क्लास सर्टिफिकेट, देन हाउ दे विल गो इनटू द सिस्टम। तो हमने कहा कि ठीक है, मुझे 2 दिन का टाइम दे दीजिए, मैं उस कमिटी से रिक्वेस्ट किया, एंड गिव मी द 2 days टाइम, आई विल ब्रिंग समथिंग न्यू इनोवेटिव। देन वी बॉट द RPL, रिकॉग्निशन ऑफ प्रायर लर्निंग, कि अगर मैंने लाइफ 20 साल, 25 साल, 30 साल मैंने कहीं भी स्पेशल स्कूल में बिताया, कहीं भी बिताया, कुछ तो सीखा होगा ना, उसको रिकॉग्नाइज कर लो और उसके बेस पे हमें 8th क्लास का सर्टिफिकेट दे दो। एंड then the committee was very fortunate. They said, no, you don't ask only for the persons with intellectual and developmental disability. You ask for the general, everyone, any person who comes with the prior learning, they can get the recognition, and then they can get into the NSQF. So there is a system, all the systems are available. अगर हम इस सिस्टम को बात करें, इस सिस्टम में अगर हम करें तो बहुत अच्छे से हो सकता है। I'll go into the next round. Yeah. So,
next we will come to you, Alok, and very nicely you have thrown light on the different legislation, and very well said that change happened because of the demand, and diverse ability and opportunity also you have brought out. And I know when people were never thought of any higher education, you have started the think tank and all. We'll come back to you, Alok. And thank you so much. Now I move to Ms. Chitra Shah, from founder and principal, Satya Special School, Puducherry. And we know that Chitra, you have worked a lot for the empowering different segment of persons with disability in your union territory and adjacent areas. Can you please throw light on your overview on your thought on the theme, that is the what are the best practices you people are doing for skill development, employment of persons with Down syndrome? Over to you, Chitra.
Yes, thank you very much, ma'am. And I'll probably take a clue from what Dr. Alok had said about opportunities. So Pondicherry being a tourist destination, we were always looking at how to get children with intellectual disability, the adults we were working with, to be participative, because one way of including this population is to actually be visibly seen in this general public. And how could we do that? We started off, I think, like most organizations working in this sector, we had our own bakery unit, but we did not start baking what was already available in the market. We kind of diversified, and knowing the kind of people who would keep coming to Pondicherry, slightly health conscious, we had Oroville to compete with. So we looked at gluten-free biscuits made with millets. We have only 3 or 4 biscuits that we make, but then they are very, very popular, and we don't sell it at the public, to the general public. What we do is we have 6 medical colleges with whom we have links with. So whenever the medical colleges have meetings and programs, that is where we go and pitch, and the doctors who are sometimes treating our children themselves are our customers. So this way the colleges start. So I think what we initially faced was, how do I, with such a low budget, a so-called NGO, fight with probably somebody who's coming with a branded, amazing infrastructure? I can't show all that. And the most importantly, breaking this mindset that children with special needs are still hygienic, what they make is clean, was like the biggest learning for us. But then it took a while, because the doctors became our customers, and it became easier for the rest of them to follow. The other thing we did was, because we were geographically placed where we are, there are a number of organic farms around where we work from. And all these organic vegetables have very, very low shelf life. So we saw a presentation where they were talking about trying to solar dry the vegetables, pack it and send it. We got into, so we got our mothers empowered to, get one solar dryer, get 3 or 4 of our adults. The mothers will be employing them, and the mothers employ them. All the children do is cut the vegetables, sort, clean them, dry them. It's not very labor intensive. At the same time, it has its own hours of work that are necessary. And more importantly, it keeps the children occupied. For us, safety became a huge issue, especially when we are talking to a rural population. They don't want to send their girls out. They want to make sure that the children are, kept in a safe environment. So we said the mothers can become. So now we have like 17 solar dryers. These are some on a given day, they are drying anything between 300 to 400 kilos of tomatoes when there is a season. So what was interesting in all this is, though we kept reading about success stories that were happening in other parts of the country, the only thing that we did was we started customizing it based on local needs. I can't look at an operation that is hiring people in Chennai. None of our children are going to go there. So what can I do? How can I satisfy the local population? And that is what we did, be it housekeeping, where we had all these guest houses. So the big major resorts, unlike the success stories we've heard, did not want to hire our children, because unemployment rates are so high, and you will find able-bodied people willing to do all kinds of jobs, unlike maybe a metro city. Then we had to go and look at 3rd tier and 2nd tier guest houses where safety became an issue. So we had to do a whole lot of sensitization. and then try and get them employed. So now what we do is Satya runs what are called mobile crews. So we have about 10 children with all kinds of abilities, one job coach, and we go from guest house to guest house. It's like a contract, but we are not placed in one guest house for them to get stuck or for them to have labor issues. So we're going from, depending on the demand and depending on the kind of visitors that are coming in, the kind of traffic that is coming into one particular guest house, we are trying to manage and mix and match. It's been sort of successful, but I think the most successful, I think of all our operations has been what we've currently got into, which is waste upcycling. So we are taking in a lot of the low micron plastic bags, converting them into mats and then value adding it. We only do the basics of weaving them into mats and giving it. There's another group of women who are working. So we were somewhere trying to see if we can do these job works so that marketing doesn't become an issue for us and we still get a real dignified, decent employment, because that is also something that we want our children to be occupied, even if it is 5 hours or 3 hours a day, but occupied productively and occupied in such a way that they feel their own self-esteem going up. So most of them, you know, even during the COVID, I know parents coming up to me and saying, my able-bodied adult child doesn't have a job, but this kid is coming out, having a job, earning money. So that I thought was real success. But then that is because we spend some time in understanding the needs. So if organizations working in this can really understand what is required to the population in which, after all, our children are going to be employed and they have to work for the population. So if there's some value addition that these children can do for this population, I also tried everything else, you know, like everybody said, we did computer data entry, we did a whole lot of things. But then finally, we've now come down to agriculture. So we are looking at agricultural labor. There's a huge scarcity of people working in these fields. So can some of our adults be employed there? It's good for them. It's therapeutic for them also. So the mothers call and say, what are you people doing? Because my child is not hyper anymore. He's very tired. He comes back, has dinner and he's in bed. It's making life easier for everybody. So I think employment opportunities are plenty, but it depends on how well we pick up the ideas and how we can modify it to suit our children. Keeping safety, I think, as a woman, for me, safety becomes a huge issue. So if safety is guaranteed, then I think our children can go places. And that's something that I very strongly believe in.
Thank you. Wonderful, very amazing, innovative way of engaging the students. And what you have told is breaking the mindset. That is a very, very important aspect of this disability rehabilitation. Once you break, because everybody know, people that do not believe that our children also, they can do quality work. And also, Chitra, I would like to tell you this mobile crew is a very, very important training and employment avenues recognized by international labor organizations. And I think we have studied it, but in India, it has not worked. But I am so happy that you people are making it functions in that way and in an innovative way. Always you take out some innovations and make the people engaged. And I'm also very happy that you have told that why not agricultural laborers and dignity of labor. We have to bring out the dignity of labor. And it is not very far that we also see that wherever our children are adopted, people are accepting them. Also, even I have seen one professor who has sent his son to be a garage supervisor, garage worker, because the child is very happy and it is a therapeutic value and the child will get engaged. And isliye, so whatever you are doing, I think great work you are doing, Chitra. Thank you very much. I will come back to you for the other questions. And now I would request Dr. Lalita Joshi. Thank you, madam, for accepting our request. And as a parent, ma'am, we would like to hear from you that what are the challenges you faced and what, according to you, you feel the best practices for employment, skill development and employment for persons with Down syndrome. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for taking me in for the panel discussion. I'm honored to be here. Well, as a parent, I've heard the last two panelists. I feel so low after hearing them because I haven't come to that level yet. And I hope that I will also follow your trends and be able to do something in my country. So in my opinion, as you said, being a parent and a professional, what are your expectations regarding vocational training and skill development? In my opinion, vocational training should address an individual's technical knowledge as well as psychological well-being should be looked into, first of all. And any technical knowledge which is acquired by our children should also look into the individuals, does not only represent the earning skills, but also act as a means to interact with his environment and also inner himself during his lifespan. So this skill should allow him to fulfill the basic needs to maintain his well-being, as recognizing himself as a meaningful person doing a meaningful work, because he should realize that he's doing something which is worth, and feeling of constant personal growth should be there. In my opinion, that's the most important part, and development and availability to establish good peer relationship, because when he goes to a workplace, he should have a good peer relationships, because if he's alone, aloof, he won't be able to come into the stream. And as I'm a mother also, so my expectation of Ashish, my son, he's 32 years old, and I'm very glad to say that 32 years back, he was born when I had no opportunity to learn about Down syndrome. There was no one to guide me. But fortunately or unfortunately, I had a chance to visit Australia, and there my gynecologist friend, he gave me a book, Facts About Down Syndrome, which was like a Bible to me. And from there, I learned how to rear the child. And then he became able to this position, though not to the position of Sahil, but he is doing good. So he's a role model in my country. And he also went to a mainstream school, which was not thought of in those times, because one of my husband's doctor friend, he said, my husband's name is Prabhu. Prabhu, why do you want to send your son to a mainstream school? Why don't you put him in a special school? He said, no, you don't decide for my son. He's my son and I'll decide for him. So we both went into that form and decided that he should be in a mainstream school. And that was the great achievement we got. So I think, in my opinion, to get vocational training should be one which would enable him to have a paid work like any other person. Because if he takes a vocational training, which is not useful, he won't get a job. Just getting a training is not enough. He should be able to utilize that skill and get a job and earn something for him so that he feels respected. He or she feels respected. So as a vocational skill, me as a parent, I was thinking of, I don't know, I would like to know your ideas, because he is good at typing. So I thought maybe computer typing and data entry, which Mrs. Chitra said it's a bit difficult. So I think we shouldn't think of difficulties. We should go into it and then encourage our children so that they get that encouragement and do some work. So for Ashish, I'm thinking of computer typing and data entry for vocational training. And also on public speaking, because he speaks, but his drawback is he thinks that his speech is not clear. So maybe the people will ridicule him. So I think the public speaking should be kept in the pathway of other people with Down syndrome, so that they come forward and develop their skills to speak to others. And Sahil is a great example of that. I'm really proud of this boy. And I think the two matches, the vocational training and the skills, these two skills could be a perfect match for employment venues. So this is the thought I can put. I'm not a good speaker, but whatever I know, I have expressed to you.
Thank you, ma'am. And it is straight from the heart, and it is not about the good speaker or not. It has come from the heart, and wonderful, ma'am. And I think all the participants must be very happy now. Okay, they are listening from the different stakeholders, and they are getting all new ideas. All pre-service teachers and in-service teachers, young generation, you are getting all the ideas. I am so thankful to all the panel members, and thank you, ma'am. And abhi hamara hero of the panel discussion, I am going to Mr. Sahil Singh. The Sahil, thank you कि तुम इसमें आ पाए, तुम्हारा स्कूल कंप्लीट हो के जल्दी ज्वाइन कर पाए. We are very happy, Sahil. And अभी साहिल हम तुमसे बात करना चाहते हैं कि can you please tell us, साहिल, कि तुम्हारा आइडिया क्या है, तुम्हारा लाइफ जर्नी बता सकते हो कि तुम्हारा ये एम्प्लॉयमेंट ये जो तुम्हारा आइडिया क्या है?
पहले मेरा इंट्रोडक्शन है मैम. इंट्रोडक्शन.
हाँ, इंट्रोडक्शन बता दो, तुम्हारा इंट्रोडक्शन बता दो.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sahil Singh. I am 25 years old. I have Down syndrome. I live in Lucknow with my parents. I am educated and trained in Study Hall School, Gomti Nagar, and now I am working as an assistant teacher in Special Olympics sports and yoga for mainstream and special needs children in the same school. I am a Special Olympics champion and have won several awards. I am enrolled in Special Olympics Bharat as an athlete leader and a member of National Youth Council to promote inclusion through sports and other activities. I love singing, dancing, theater, cooking, cycling, and lot many activities. I am a trained yoga instructor and karate junior brown belt too. I am a self-advocate for Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities. I have spoken in various forums like Down Syndrome Federation of India, Down Syndrome International, Special Olympics Bharat, Special Olympics Asia Pacific, Cheshire Home, and many more. I am not disabled, but differently abled. We with Down syndrome can do a variety of jobs if given the opportunity. Have faith in our abilities. We can also contribute meaningfully to the society. Let us work together as a team to make this world a better place to live in. Thank you.
Excellent. साहिल बहुत अच्छा बात करे. All जो participants है ना, जो teachers, everybody, I think everybody got very impressed तुम्हारे बारे में. अच्छा साहिल, अभी हम तुमसे जानना चाहते हैं कि तुम्हारा लाइफ जर्नी के बारे में शेयर करोगे?
Yes, ma'am.
हाँ.
मेरा बर्थ एम्स दिल्ली में हुआ। मेरे मम्मी पापा डॉक्टर्स हैं, सो उन्हें तुरंत पता चल गया था कि मुझे डाउन सिंड्रोम है, किंतु उन्होंने मुझे बहुत प्यार दिया और पूरे भरोसे के साथ मुझे अपनी एबिलिटीज और इंटरेस्ट जानने की खूब अपॉर्चुनिटीज दी। 2005 में हम लखनऊ आ गए और सदी हाई स्कूल में मेरा एडमिशन हुआ। स्कूल में भी सब टीचर्स ने मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट किया और आज मैं उसी स्कूल में असिस्टेंट टीचर हूँ। जब मैं 8 साल का था तो मैंने पहली बार स्पेशल ओलंपिक्स में भाग लिया और सॉफ्ट बॉय नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में गोल्ड मेडल जीता। उसके बाद मुझे जब भी मौका मिला मैंने स्पेशल ओलंपिक्स के कॉम्पिटिशन्स और कैंप्स में भाग लिया और बहुत सारे गोल्ड, सिल्वर और ब्रॉन्ज मेडल्स जीते। 2013 में मैं इंडिया की तरफ से स्पेशल ओलंपिक्स एशिया पैसिफिक रीजनल गेम्स के लिए ऑस्ट्रेलिया भी गया और मैंने फ्री स्टाइल स्विमिंग में सिल्वर मेडल भी जीता।
वेरी गुड।
इस तरह मेरी इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी ने मुझे स्पेशल ओलंपिक्स में चैंपियन बनने की अपॉर्चुनिटी दी। इसी तरह डाउन सिंड्रोम की वजह से मैं योगा आसन बहुत अच्छे से कर सकता हूँ। मेरी इस एबिलिटी को देखकर मुझे योगा का वोकेशनल कोर्स करवाया और मैं एक ट्रेंड योगा इंस्ट्रक्टर बन गया। मेरी अचीवमेंट्स को देखते हुए 2014 में लखनऊ मैनेजमेंट एसोसिएशन ने मुझे यंग अचीवर्स अवार्ड दिया। वर्ल्ड डिसेबिलिटी डे 2014 में यूपी गवर्नमेंट ने मुझे आउटस्टैंडिंग रोल मॉडल के स्टेट अवार्ड से भी सम्मानित किया। मेरे स्कूल का मानना है कि हम डिसेबल नहीं बट डिफरेंशिएबल है। हर बच्चे में कोई ना कोई एबिलिटी होती है, इसलिए वे हमें हर एक्टिविटी में पार्टिसिपेट करने का मौका देते हैं। मेरे पेरेंट्स ने भी मुझे हमेशा डिफरेंट एक्टिविटीज के लिए इनकरेज किया। As a result, I love to sing, dance, play tabla, dholak and congo and act in drama. मैं बहुत सारे स्पोर्ट्स लाइक बास्केटबॉल, वॉलीबॉल, क्रिकेट, बैडमिंटन, फ्लो हॉकी आदि भी खेलता हूँ। I am an athlete and a swimmer too. मैं कराटे भी सीख रहा हूँ और जूनियर ब्राउन बेल्ट ले चुका हूँ। मैंने स्कूल के एनुअल कॉन्सर्ट्स, थिएटर, वर्कशॉप्स और इंटर स्कूल कॉम्पिटिशन्स में खूब भाग लिया। इससे मेरी स्पीच और कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स बहुत इम्प्रूव हुई और मैं सेल्फ एडवोकेट भी बन गया। मैंने अपनी मम्मी के साथ चेन्नई, गोवा, बेंगलोर और चंडीगढ़ में डाउन सिंड्रोम कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, मीटिंग्स और गेट टुगेदर अटेंड किए। बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिला, आगे बढ़ने की अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिली। जब मैंने चंडीगढ़ में इंडिया इंटरनेशनल डाउन सिंड्रोम कॉन्फ्रेंस में सितंबर 2019 में स्पीच दी तो मुझे यूनाइटेड नेशंस में बोलने की अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली। वर्ल्ड डाउन सिंड्रोम डे 2020 पर मुझे यूनाइटेड नेशंस ने जिनेवा में एज अ स्पीकर इनवाइट किया। कोविड पैंडेमिक के कारण जिनेवा जाना कैंसिल हो गया। तब मैंने वर्चुअल कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए अपनी स्पीच का वीडियो भेजा जिसे
सब ने बहुत अप्रिशिएट किया। मैं अपने भाई की तरह पढ़ना भी चाहता था। मेरी मम्मी ने इसके लिए पता किया कि हम NIOS नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ ओपन स्कूलिंग से 5 साल में एक सब्जेक्ट करके 10th और 12th क्लास पास कर सकते हैं। फिर मैंने खूब मेहनत की और 2017 में 10th और 2019 में 12th क्लास पास की। फिर मेरे स्कूल ने मुझे 2 years असिस्टेंट टीचर की वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग दी। मेरा जॉब के लिए इंटरव्यू हुआ, मुझे अपॉइंटमेंट लेटर मिला और सैलरी मिलने लगी। मुझे अपने घर और स्कूल में बहुत प्यार मिला। My mom always says I can do anything and everything that my brother does. हम पैसे ऑफिस में वोट देते हैं, तो आइए मेरे साथ बोलिए, let me win. If I cannot win, let me be brave in the attempt. सबके सपोर्ट और ब्लेसिंग से मैं आज जॉब कर रहा हूँ और एक मीनिंगफुल लाइफ, हैप्पी लाइफ जी रहा हूँ। थैंक यू एवरीवन।
Thank you, Sahil. And this is the best practice. What today we are showing, and all the participants, everybody, सब लोग बहुत inspired है साहिल। सब लोग बहुत सारा congratulatory message आ रहा है इसमें कि साहिल, we are inspired by you. Thank you so much for sharing तुम्हारा life journey. अच्छा, और एक क्वेश्चन है साहिल, तुम्हारा ये एडवाइस तुम्हारा पीयर ग्रुप के, तुम्हारा साथी लोगों के लिए क्या है?
ओके मैम, हम सब में कोई ना कोई एबिलिटी होती है, हमें उस एबिलिटी को पहचानना चाहिए और उस पर काम करना चाहिए। अपने पर भरोसा और कॉन्फिडेंस रखें और खूब मेहनत करिए, क्योंकि कोशिश करने वालों की हार नहीं होती। Stay happy, stay fit and healthy, stay grateful always. नमस्ते।
वेरी गुड साहिल। एंड साहिल, एक छोटा सा वीडियो दिखाना चाहते थे तुम? संपूर्ण?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, we will play Sahil's video of.
I will come back to you.
Yes, of his speech in the UN.
Shall we come back to him or अभी दिखाना है?
Ma'am, we'll just request Deepti ma'am to play the video.
अच्छा, कितने मिनट का है? We'll come
Ma'am,
back.
it's a short video.
Question and
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. We can do after the questions also.
Yeah, thank you. It was really amazing, Sahil, and all the
Thank you, ma'am.
they have given their thought on this. And now we will start the question answer session. And my first question to Dr. Alok, what are the challenges faced in promoting independence of individual with Down syndrome? According to you have successfully running a very success NGO, and you are training, your skill development, training, employment, and you have also achieved so many of your, and you also shared that your students are graduating. So can you tell us what are the challenges, general challenges for the audience and for the upcoming teachers? What are the general challenges for promoting independence of individual with Down syndrome? Over to you, Dr. Alok.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. So before I give you the answer to the questions, I'll go to Sahil's thought process. Okay. So the first thing, the Sahil, he said, before to that also, the last, I think last week Sahil was in my program in our conference in Manovikas, and the Sahil asked me one question कि मेरे बच्चे, जब मैं स्कूल में पढ़ाता हूँ तो मेरे बच्चे जो है वो मेरी बात नहीं मानते। When I'm teaching to the students in my school, that students are not following me. तो मैंने कहा कि तुम उनके इंटरेस्ट की बात कर दो तो वो सारा चीज करना शुरू कर देगा। तो अगर हम देखें कि साहिल के जैसे जितने भी लोग हैं वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ यहाँ तक आगे बढ़े हैं, वो इतना सारा क्वेश्चंस कर रहे हैं, वो इतना सारा चीज चैलेंजेस फेस कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि उनको अप्रोप्रिएट चॉइस दिया गया। और जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है कि हम अगर कोई बच्चा घर में डिसेबिलिटी है, पर्सन विद डिसेबल चिल्ड्रन विद डिसेबिलिटी है उसको, तो हम उसको एक लेबल लगा देते हैं। जो चित्रा मैडम ने भी कहा कि अगर मान लीजिए कि समथिंग इज विजिबल, somebody is walking in the cane, I say okay, he is the person with disability. Maybe somebody has the Down syndrome or learning disability which is we can't see, हम कह देते हैं कि तू बहाना कर रहा है। बट कहीं कहीं ऐसा होता है कि एक लेवल फिक्स ही कर देते हैं उसके माथे पे, फिर वहां से वो हिल नहीं पाता, वो डिसेबिलिटी का लेवल है। So once you fix that disability level to anyone, this is a big challenge. And then while we think about the opportunity, अगर जितने भी पेरेंट्स सक्सेसफुल हुए हैं, वो सिर्फ और सिर्फ उन्होंने एबिलिटी देखी है अपने बच्चे में, और अगर एबिलिटी देखी है तो उनको अंडरस्टैंड भी किया है, उनको एक सही डायरेक्शन भी मिला है। Here I will think about, I will just say डॉक्टर जोशी, सी सेड कि मेरा बच्चा जो है कंप्यूटर टाइपिंग एंड डाटा एंट्री में ही हैज द इंटरेस्ट। सो इफ यू thought of that interest, if you explore that areas and avenues, that challenge will be faced out, that will be gone out। कि आपके आसपास what kind of institutions you will find who can give the training to your son। So if you think, if you plan, your challenges will go down। So once you go for the for the job and everywhere, so when we go to the job, or when we find at this moment, not I'm talking about the 10 years back, at this moment, especially in anywhere, I have the good link in the more than 100 the cities in India that the persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities are working। Why? All the employers are very much agreeing to giving the employment to the persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities, because they are very much loyal। वो कभी झूठ नहीं बोलते, उनको जो काम दे दो वो कभी कर लेते हैं, उनका कोई कंस्पिरेसी नहीं होता किसी के साथ, कोई ग्रुप बाजी नहीं होता है। मेरे पास अभी भी हर साल कम से कम नहीं तो कम से कम 200 के करीब जॉब वैकेंसीज होते हैं बड़े बड़े कंपनीज में, जो कि हम लोग फुलफिल नहीं कर पाते क्योंकि वो बच्चे ट्रेन नहीं होते, उनको पूरा स्किल सर्टिफिकेट नहीं होता। सो व्हाइल वी गो टू द एम्प्लॉयर, दे आस्क वेरी क्लियर थिंग whether he has any kind of skill training certificate which is approved or has the qualification। So I will request this challenge to the parents कि whenever you are thinking about your son or daughter, go for the proper certified vocational training or certified education system, so that while you searching the job, that challenge will be met out। So वहां पर वो हम challenge face कर सकते हैं। And then I had the good very good link with the co-workers where the persons with intellectual and developmental disabilities are working। So there was the concept that the co-workers are not cooperative or something like that, but nowadays I'm feeling so much of empathy within the co-workers। तो वो challenges थोड़ा सा वहां पर still अभी काम करने की बात है कि हम co-workers से कैसे tie up करेंगे, लेकिन जो challenges है वो पेरेंट्स अगर अपना माइंडसेट बदल ले तो वो सारा challenges दूर हो सकता है। तो पेरेंट्स का जो सबसे बड़ा माइंडसेट है कि पता नहीं वो जो एक लेवल लग गया हम क्या करें उसके लिए, वो चीज अगर दूर हो जाए तो आई थिंक एवरीथिंग विल बी डन। या
Thank you, Dr. Alok, when very rightly said that these challenges, what I believe the challenges are different for the different situations, different environment, different person concern, community concern, and infrastructure concern. Everywhere there are challenges, but as you said that if the challenges can be converted into opportunity, and that जो level लग जाए बोल रहे हो, that is also for everybody। तो वो level हटाने का बहुत problem, मतलब it is a big challenge to take out the level। जैसे कि लग जाता है, तुम कितना भी बोलो, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स भी मैं देखी हूँ, how much you see that वो mindset हो जाता है। intellectual disability में बोले तो they cannot do anything, and learning disability बोले तो every time they will have problem in the writing। वो जो mind fix हो जाता है, इसमें बहुत problem होता है। and I really feel that all the participants who are the disability rehabilitation professional, you all should learn from this, that whatever the panel discussion it is coming out, these all are very good teaching of your diploma and bachelor is more than that. So please take all these things and keep in your career. Thank you, Dr. Alok. Whatever you said, this is really is a challenge, and you can overcome challenge. You should not see that this challenge is as a challenge. What is the opportunity from that challenge you can come out, and that is more important than anything else. Now I would like to go to Miss Chitra Shah, and who from the beginning we have told that she has worked a lot in the rural area. And Miss Chitra, we would like to hear from you that what steps in your organization taking forward enhancing economic independence of families of persons through community-based rehabilitation, which is a very in thing. Not very new, and it is renovating newer ways. Over to you, Ms. Chitra.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. So, like, generally, 70% of the children who come to Satya are from the rural areas. Though there is a child with a special need, behind the child, there is always a mother who is wanting to change the child's life. So, a lot of our work first starts with the mother. She becomes a co-therapist first in the rehabilitation process. In the meantime, we try and provide her with a microcredit support where they can run small business enterprises. And in all these business enterprises, one thing that we tell the mothers is right from the beginning to give an employment opportunity to somebody who has a special need in their neighborhood. So they start off with this. And once a business is thriving in a small village where the mother is providing, maybe breakfast, idli and dosa in the morning, where there are people coming in to have the food, and they always see this child with a special need there, the community starts getting sensitized about the presence of this child. Then they invariably ask, what is the problem with the child? How did it happen? Why did it happen? This kind of sensitizing directly the customers who come to the mother, and in some cases, the entire community became our biggest tool for all our community development initiatives. So when we hired animators for our village work, it all, in most cases, were either siblings or mothers who actually have gone through this entire process of having a child in the family not accepting, the mother, voicing out her opinion, telling, it becomes very important for maybe not a person who is qualified and trained for it, but somebody from the community who's coming and saying, listen, I have the same problem. I had a child with a special need. Today, my child is working. Today, my child is going to school. There is an opportunity. The government is giving jobs now. So don't, keep locking this child up. Ensure that this child goes into the mainstream society. So this is one big aspect that we do. And the other thing we do is we are now working on what are called inclusive village development program. We've taken up a task of creating model villages where we are talking about accessibility, not just in the city level, but also in the village. Unless there is accessible facility in my village, the children are not going to come out, and we are never going to be able to include them into mainstream. So right from maybe having a temple which has a ramp for this child in the wheelchair to be brought out, and to have a toilet which is disabled friendly in the village, and most importantly, to have schools, village level schools, to have an inclusive classroom where we don't work with the teachers because the teachers there are already overburdened. We are actually working with the peer groups. So we go, if I know I have a child who is 10 years old, we go up to the standard 8 children, sensitize them and tell them that you are now a buddy for this child. You need to take care right from bringing this child from his home to the school. So it is actually a fun activity for them, pushing a wheelchair on the streets and bringing them. The street is just the second road, right? So this way, the entire population is actually ganging up. And if any of those children go up to Special Olympics, win a medal, the entire village actually celebrates this. So active social participation is what is I think, the mantra for community-based rehabilitation. In addition, you know, when I tell my physiotherapists or a group of professionally qualified people that you need to go to a village which is 20 kilometers from here and work, the first question is, oh, I spent so much, I don't think my parents will let me go and work in the village. Then what do? We found, you know, when we did an assessment of all the villages, we found in every village there are at least 10 or 15 paramedical trained professionals who don't have the opportunity for going out of their village and finding a job. So we are now, like Dr. Alok said, training some of these people to be assistants to the main therapist. Luckily, because of the internet, the main therapist is sitting in the city, but he is instructing. This way, we ensure that therapy reaches every child. Basic idea is that no child should get left out from the system, and it's really worked out. So I think community-based rehabilitation probably needs to change a bit, and we need to identify resources within the community and ensure that we only are enablers and the community does the work. We just have to go and guide them, and it's working. Like it's really working. In fact, tomorrow we are inaugurating our first inclusive Anganwadi. So we are telling the Anganwadi teacher that there's nothing that you cannot handle. It is a child, maybe it's a child who is a little different. We will support you with whatever skills that are needed, but you teach the same, you do the same things you do with a mainstream kid. Don't differentiate. And I think if this mission starts spreading, then we'll all have done our job over the years. I think this is what we are doing.
Thank you so much. And Chitra, I felt as if I am reading out the literature of the community-based rehabilitation as academicians, what we teach our students, the philosophy of CBR, the principles of CBR, and the functions of CBR, and how you can make CBR success. And the students who are the bachelor and master degree passed out students, they must be realizing that all these things are there in the midterm exams. It comes in that.
It was very challenging. Like I think it's taken me at least 8 years to convince the government that an Anganwadi can be inclusive.
Yeah,
but I think that is where we need to keep going. I guess, as I'm sure Dr. Alok and everybody else would have the same kind of experience.
That's a very good approach, and I know you must be doing in a very successful way. I must 1 minute I will take to share what I happened to visit one of the CBR of Puducherry under Miss Chitra Shah. And when we went, it was told that only 2 cases are there with a developmental disability. And after till we can conclude the assessment of the 2 children, there are one group of children lined up, because these parents, they went to their village and they dragged all their neighbors. अच्छा, आप ऐसे लोगों को देखने आए हो, ये भी है हमारे पास में, ये बात नहीं कर सकता, वो चल नहीं सकता, वो ये नहीं कर सकता, and one line of people have come. And that is only the community empowerment and all. Chitra, all the best wishes for your work, good work and all. And thank you very much. And now I would like to go to our next panelist, Dr. Lalita Joshi. And ma'am, very well in Kathmandu also, you are very well spreading the knowledge, and you have brought up your child in such a success way. What are your expectations regarding vocational training and skill development for your son? And what are the challenges you foresee, ma'am, in your area? Please unmute, ma'am.
Well, in my part of the world, people have still to have more awareness, because we in the city, there is some awareness, but our country is mountainous, terraneous, hills and mountains. So the people living in those areas, they are yet to be made aware of the situation that your child with Down syndrome or any intellectual disability can be able if you give them the right support and intervention in time. But this message, to take this message from here to the hilly and mountainous areas, it's a very difficult task, which I am really bound to take it and make Nepal also a well-aware country as India has been doing. We are still below many countries, but there is lots to do. And if we don't take challenges, we don't go forward. So challenges like for my son, if I want to do something, challenges are like when you go to the real world, you jump into the real world, and dependability counts here. Because if the person is, you cannot depend on it, no one will give him any job or whatever he wants to attain. The skills acquired must be so practical and functional that he can stand with confidence, even in the absence of support. Like if a person has to get support all the time, if I have to be with my child all the time, it doesn't mean that he's become independent. Independency comes when he leaves the support of his or her mother, father, or any other relative. So I think for independency, you have to leave the child go and try on his own. That's what I think. And his quality should be evaluated on the need of associated workplaces where he wants to work, because evaluation should be done rather than a burden. The work employee should not think that he's just a burden, he's just coming to my place and I have to oblige him with giving a job. He should prove himself. So I think for dependency, the person with Down syndrome or any other intellectual disability should, I think, work on his own, as our Sahil did. That's the point. And another thing is, for skill development, every society has means to support, but the only thing is with limitations, but beyond this, only proper development of use of skills in workplaces should be there. And in my opinion, independency, I assume, has 4 pillars, which is very crucial. As our children are having many health problems, health and well-being of the child should be the first one. Second is he should get some education so that he can foster in his later life, and he should learn the daily life skills, and then comes employment. Our children, they have, as you all know, many health problems. So first primary thing would be to give him a good health by giving him all the needy medicines or surgery or whatever they need to be healthy in life. So the well-being of the child, whether it's in physical or mental, it should be looked into. So without health, I think regular goals cannot be achieved, like the 2, 3, and 4. That means education, daily life skills, and employment. So as my child, I will take the example of my child, Ashish. He is a bit stubborn. Like if he goes to work and if he doesn't want to work, he'll just stop. So that's a challenge for me. Like he has to overgo that stubbornness, and he's a bit lazy. So I'm trying to make him a little bit more active. And with this, for employment and going out in the world to be independent in himself, he'll need so many things like time management. He'll have to travel, so transportation he should know about. And the most difficult part for my child or any other child, I believe, is money management. They know the notes, they know the points, but they cannot, make it to the point that if someone asks them to give them 10 rupees, maybe he'll give 20 rupees. So that concept has to be put into their minds, and they should know how to manage money, because if they earn and in thousands, they won't know what is a 1,000 rupee notice. So instead of giving 500 to some shopkeeper, he may give 1,000. So I think we need to teach them the management of money. And in these days, mobiles are the best things to do. They can use them as calculators from the mobile phones for payments as well as returns. So how much I'm giving, how much I'm taking. So with Ashish, I'm having challenges with that. And I think all parents should be aware of this situation and also train them in money management. And with my child, another challenge is he does not speak much with unfamiliar people. And I think this is seen in most of the children with Down syndrome because their speech is not clear. Not all, as Sahil has a very good speech and communication skills, but some people don't have that. So they have the fear of not being understood. They stop speaking to people. Only when they are to their relatives or with their friends who are well known to them, they'll speak. So that's my challenge if I have to raise my child to be independent. And so I'm working on, and other children with Down syndrome, to build their confidence to speak in front of others and demand for what they want. And mental health issues is another demand because I from the army background, I'm very strict and also I'm very demanding. So this is a very bad quality of a mother, and I'm trying to train myself and say, be polite to your child, give him time to learn. So this message I would give to others also, because mothers are very stubborn. They'll want their child to do things which they think is good. So this attitude of mothers have to change. And moreover, with my in my situation, only 2 years back, my child lost his father. So he also went into depression. So these emotional things also, mental issues also, we should think about that. If something like mine happens, what should we do? How do we cope with it? So I think the parents' perseverance and patience and belief on their child can overcome these challenges, and the child can become independent in life and do something which would be fruitful for the family as well as the child.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your concern. And this is really a learning for other parents and the students also. And thank you so much. And what you say, the psychological well-being and medical well-being is very much essential for a healthy lifestyle and to improve the quality of life. And I hope all the participants, they must have taken note of it. And not only the training and skill development, but also the other auxiliary areas also have to be strengthened. Thank you so much, ma'am. And because of the paucity of time, we will be taking one more questions to Dr. Alok, because Dr. Alok is working so much for the in the metro city. And Dr. Alok, may I take the opportunity to ask you that how to develop a inclusive vocational training?
Yes. So I think आगाज तो जो है चित्रा जी ने कर दिया कि inclusive early intervention, or we can say the Anganwadi training, and then Anjam is the inclusive vocational training. That is good. So my experiences that which now Manovikas has turned up to towards the inclusive higher education and inclusive skill development training, including the persons with intellectual and developmental disability. So inclusion is the, while you talk about the persons with disability and non-disabled persons together in overall system. So I will say many of the institutions, those who are even you see the many other colleges or skill training centers. So don't wait कि आपके बच्चे का ट्रेनिंग जो है किसी स्पेशल स्कूल में होगा. So inclusion will start कि आपको लगता है if Dr. Joe wants his son to be trained, you go walk into some mainstream training institutions and go and get the admission there. So that will be the inclusion will start. Those very first things, even we can think about in the terms of other things. So, and if you want to start some kind of inclusive vocational training center, so my first thing is you have to start from the very beginning while you are designing and development the programs. So include the persons with disability in your process, in your system. And then there is a very good thing which we talk always in the terms of the barrier-free environment, the accessibility. So if you want to have the inclusive or a kind of any diversified vocational training center, so think about the two very common thing. One is the universal design of learning. If you include that components in your whole infrastructure in teaching and learning, so your system will be inclusive itself. So I'm not going in that deep in the UDL, universal design of learning. So if you want, so how you can design your curriculum, how you can design your infrastructure, built environment. So you think about the UDL, and then the teaching method. So and the training method. So here is the very good terms is the reasonable accommodation. And even you in India, we can go to the skill development council. There is a skill development programs for the persons with disability. There is a separate councils for the persons with disability. You can ask them the curriculum. They can provide you the inclusive curriculum which fits into the different diversified disability in group. So that curriculum you can pull from there. And the career guidance is very important. While we talk about the inclusive vocational training center or skill development center, so the appropriate choice, giving the appropriate choice. I had some questions in chat box also I was finding. So if you give the appropriate choice to the person, appropriate many options to the person, and then they choose from, then they pull from that options, they make their choice. So that is how we have to design the whole career guidance of system. कि हम उसको बहुत सारे options दे रहे हैं, बच्चा the students himself or themselves they are selecting कि नहीं मुझे ये options यहाँ काम करना है, मुझे इस तरह का shift में काम करना है, तब जाकर हम उस बच्चे को proactive बना सकते हैं. And market driven policy is very important. So here I can say if you think about the market driven training programs or anything in inclusive system, you can cultivate the positive attitude not only for the your persons with disability, even the positive attitude among the society, that the visibility you will see the many persons with disability you will find that they are working everywhere and everywhere. So you have to think in the market terms कि हम कोई segregation वाला बात ना कर लें, कोई सेल्फ वर्कशॉप ना खोलें, हम मार्केट में देखें क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज है, उसके हिसाब से अगर हम कोई ट्रेनिंग डिजाइन करें तो आपको क्या होगा कि बहुत सारे लोगों को ट्रेन कर सकेंगे, बहुत सारे लोगों की विजिबिलिटी बढ़ा सकेंगे. एंड दिस होल थिंग मैम you have to ensure that whatever you are building, whatever you are making or developing something, so everyone should be involved. The person should be involved, the persons with disability should be involved, the parents should involve, the employer should involve, everyone should be involved. Then you can develop and design the inclusive vocational training centers where after passing out the persons, they can get into the job very easily. So thank you, ma'am. So I hope so that I have.
Thank you so much, and you have very well pointed out this market driven policy and the implementing UDL. This is very, very important, which is nowadays we are implementing everywhere, but in the true sense of implementation, UDL has to be implemented so that we can develop an inclusive vocational training. And with this, we have come to the end of this panel discussion. I will hand over it to Dr. Sampurna, and we will see Sahil's video first, and then Sampurna, I would like to request you to summarize and conclude. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Surely, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, esteemed panelists. Now is the time to have Sahil's video on roll. So I would request Deepti, ma'am, Professor AIRS, to kindly play the video. Over to you, Deepti, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sai Singh. I am 23 years old. I have Down syndrome. I am from Lucknow, India. Today, I am going to share my thoughts and feelings. Please understand, I am not disabled, but differently abled. I can do anything and everything that you do, maybe little few or with some support. Once we are labeled with Down syndrome, people think that we cannot decide. Nobody bothers about our likes and dislikes. Our parents start deciding everything for us out of love. But we are capable of making our own decisions. I wanted to play cricket, but my parents decided that I should play basketball. They felt that cricket would be difficult for me and other children would not accept me in their team. But seeing my passion for cricket, my mother let my decision prevail. Now I am very happy and enjoy the game in the cricket academy. My mother did not feel that I could pass class 10 exams. When I was 18, I insisted that I wanted to study like my younger brother. My mother felt why it was difficult but not impossible with her help. I worked very hard and cleared my grades 10 and 12. You see, when we decide, we give our 100% to achieve success. My family did not feel comfortable leaving me alone. In 2015, I went with my mother to attend a big conference where more than 400 people participated. There were separate sessions for our parents and us. So my mother had to leave me alone. I enjoyed the freedom a lot. I actively participated in our sessions. I could find and use the washroom on my own. I could even find the dining hall and had my lunch before my mother joined me. I made friends too. I never had a chance to be so independent before, and I loved it. Please understand, my extra chromosome does not make me a robot. I have feelings, desires, and hopes. I want to make my own decisions about the food I eat, clothes I wear, sports I play, and those things that I enjoy. My school study hall has always given me opportunities to prove myself. I am treated as an equal, not any different, because of my interest in sports and ability to perform yoga. My school guided me to become an assistant coach in Special Olympics, sports, and yoga. Yes, we do require support and guidance for our health, jobs, and managing money. But we want you to have faith in us and evolve us meaningfully. It maintains our dignity. Freedom to make choices is a human right. I want to have this right. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Excellent.
Thank you so much, Sahil. That was a very inspiring speech by you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And now it's the time to wrap up this wonderful panel discussion with a summarization of the points and a vote of thanks. People with Down syndrome have the ability to enjoy the quality of life and be socially included in the workplace, whether traditional, supported, or workshop settings. Keeping these points in mind and seeing the current need to create skilled professionals, this panel discussion on day one of the 2-day international conference with the theme Best Practices, Skill Development, and Employment Avenues, saw a highly enriching discussion through the perspectives and sharing of views by an enriched and expert panel. Dr. Alok Kumar Bhuvan, Managing Secretary, Manovikas Charitable Society, Delhi, shared his expert views on the importance of NEP 2020 as a critical tool for all professionals to empower children with special needs, especially developmental disabilities, through training in functional academics and various other areas. He highlighted the importance of respecting diversity and supporting true inclusion for all. Ms. Chitra Shah, founder and director of Satya Special School, Puducherry, shared her expertise with us towards highlighting and discussing the views regarding the need for customization of vocational products based on local needs. Madam also mentioned about the support in the form of microcredit given to the mothers. She also mentioned about model villages where active social participation is promoted as one of the best practices. Dr. Retired Brigadier General Lalita Joshi, Senior Consultant and Gynecologist, Everest Hospital, and parent of Ashish Joshi, highlighted the need for vocational training and skill development. She highlighted the need for technical knowledge and various developmental avenues which should be carefully assessed and made accessible to individuals with Down syndrome. The use of mobiles as a tool for money management was also highlighted, a simple and effective TLM for the target group. The need for psychological and physical well-being was highlighted in her talk. Lastly, we had Mr. Sahil Singh, self-advocate, yoga trainer, and Special Olympics champion, India. A very dynamic personality who shared his life experience and achievements with us all. His powerful and positive message of stay safe, keep smiling, and stay brave made us all smile. Listening to you, Sahil, sharing your life journey and aspirations with us all inspired us, and it is indeed one of the golden moments of today's panel discussion. Lots of congratulatory messages have come to you from the participants. I express my grateful thanks to Dr. Alok Kumar Bhuvan. I offer my heartfelt thanks to Ms. Chitra Shah. I also express my grateful thanks to Dr. Retired Brigadier General Lalita Joshi ma'am. And finally, a very special thanks to Mr. Sahil, self-advocate and Special Olympics champion, for joining us today and inspiring us all with their views. Thank you once again, all the esteemed panelists, for joining us, teaching us, and inspiring us. Thank you once again for your gracious presence.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dear participants,
Thank you.
we
Thank
have
you,
now
ma'am.
reached. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank
Dear participants, we have now reached the last conclusion phase of day one of this two-day international conference. A gentle reminder, the feedback form, which is common for both CRE and non-CRE participants, have been shared in the chat box. Kindly fill all your details carefully, as these will be used for the certificate generation process. There is a special evaluation link only for the CRE participants as per RCI rules and regulations, which has been shared in your WhatsApp group. Kindly fill up the evaluation form. The links for the feedback and the evaluation form will remain open tonight and will be closed tomorrow at 9 a.m. So please do the needful, fill your correct details, and help us make this event a success. Thank you once again for joining us today in this elaborate and very enriching discussion. Looking forward to having all of you tomorrow. Please log in and be with us by 9:30 a.m. The program starts at 10. Before we conclude and end the session, I would also like to share the screen about Art Bazaar, which is one of the initiatives by APSDF. So just give me a second. It's a 2-minute screen share. I would like our participants to know about this endeavor by Asia Pacific Down Syndrome Federation. Dear participants, this is the Art Bazaar, an initiative by APDSF. These are the various products made by the self-advocates themselves. The details are there on the Down Syndrome Federation website. Thank you once again and have a very nice day. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you so much, Aminiti. And I really learned a lot, and there was so much of sharing and learning. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. This is the beginning. We will have many more collaboration with you, ma'am. Thank you.